representing Kansas State there. Very good lift. And holds it on platform 3. 240 for a massive 90 kg squat opener with the Raging Cajuns. They just keep on giving.
Samuel on platform 4 with 207.5 kg.
Morgan set the squat with her opener of 120, with Griffin walking out to 207.5 on platform 2.
Now Griffin, it looks like he may have missed weight here, weighing in at 101.5 kilos. Hence registered as a 110 lifter, but he gets a good lift there for his squat. And then Jared up next, weighing in at 105. He's under 110. 212.5 kilos for his opener.
And that could be detrimental when you're that far below weight, right? Do you have any insight with that?
Yeah,
Ben?
so equipped lifters oftentimes are very kind of stuck in a weight class with their specific equipment. Their equipment is much more expensive than the raw counterparts. So if you end up weighing, I don't know if this happened in the last week or 2 or month, but if you come in 5 kilos under what you expect, your wraps are going to be a bit looser, your belt is going to be looser, your squat suit, and that can have a pretty detrimental effect on the top end, especially if you don't have a lot of training data with your new leverages, basically, your new leverages.
Essentially. Jared blew up his opener of 212.5.
Jared Miller just qualifying for Collegiate Nationals, I believe, a month. And as I was saying, Jared just recently qualifying for CNATS very quickly. And we apologize for the rough start with getting the stream set up. There was a very, very fast turnover. Today is one of our more hectic days with the 3 big sessions and the majority of our lifters competing. So we apologize for any technical difficulties there, and we appreciate your patience. And Samantha here on platform 1, 125 keys for her opener.
Well, this is what Ashton starting us off with 217.
2 white lights.
And Alex from Midland, oh my goodness, 250 for an equipped. Sinking that.
Sink.
That is
Beautiful.
very commendable in wraps.
Very much so, especially since that we've seen in the previous session where equipped lifters have been squatting a little bit high, so they are missing their first couple attempts. But Alex came out there and he really showed those national level referees what he could do.
I'm seeing a good amount of Inzer knee sleeves in the not beating the equipped allegations whenever you're wearing Inzers nowadays, now that they seem to have adopted the stiffer knee sleeve style.
Yeah, I mean, Ben was talking about this earlier today. I mean, when you're, as a raw athlete, stiff doesn't always mean better. I mean, it does depend on the athlete, especially if you're someone who is trying to get, already struggles reaching depth. Having a stiffer knee sleeve could really get in the way. And, but yeah, we're seeing a good range of sleeves. We have the Inzer knee sleeve,
Helix.
A7, Helix as well. Very
I know
competitive
SBD
market.
has come into the stiff sleeve market.
For sure. Now, for those wondering at home, are knee sleeves cheating? If I give my sister getting into powerlifting my knee sleeves, will she suddenly squat 800 pounds?
Well, she wouldn't suddenly squat 800 pounds, not necessarily.
If she was wearing A7, she possibly could. There's no doubt about
Shout
that.
out A7 once again.
Rigor mortises. Did you know that A7 just came out with their new deflection collection? You can get it now at a7.co.
Definitely will be checking out A7's new collection. I got to go look at their stand they have here.
I know personally all the rage with A7 for me recently is the KWD shorts. I don't know if these are, but I know Lilia and a couple of the other Georgia Tech lifters are humongous fans of them.
Yeah.
And I've heard their utmost comfort, perfect gym shorts, perfect even just walking around shorts.
They've entered the below 5-inch inseam market. That is dangerous.
Very
competitive market. And now lifting is fully underway on all four platforms. Dominic I believe from Tennessee, taking 222.5 keys for his opener.
Hunter with 245 blew that up. No problem for him.
We have a very large squat. Don't mean to cut you off. A very large squat of 265 from Larry, representing UTSA on platform 3.
Dominic on platform 2. Big brace, A7. Oh, setting it down. Some difficulties with, and he looks like he's going to run out of time.
He is going to time out here.
Very unfortunate. Probably optimal to just set the bar down. Understand that your first squat is a wrap. Pausing it at the bottom.
Pausing it at the bottom.
That's impressive
that
to pause
is
for.
Very impressive.
Don't know if that was intentional.
And got a white light. Interesting. He'll come back and smoke that on the second. Hopefully this time with enough time.
No.
And not pausing it.
What you might see is, I know we saw this at the Georgia State's meet for sure, but sometimes athletes will start pausing their squats in the bottom of the hole if they notice that depth calls are a little more strict on the day. We haven't seen it so far.
I think that is counterintuitive. I tend to be a little higher when I pause because I want to be more controlled.
Yeah.
Each inch lower that I go has a bit more friction. So
Agreed.
I'm not sure about the philosophy there, but you know, to each their own.
To each their own.
Their own, of course. Here's Andreas Ruiz on platform 3, making light work of 265 for his opener.
And great range here in terms of, as Brielle takes her opener here, in terms of how leverage impact the squat. See Tommy taking a very upright, almost high bar squat.
And Duncan here with very long femurs, he's going to have to be a little more bent over so that he can maintain his center of mass and still at depth, especially with knee wraps on.
For sure. And Brielle gets a good lift there. Joshua 270 here.
Duncan taking his time and blowing it up out of the hole. A little difficult there at the end, but I think that should be a good lift for Duncan. And yes, it absolutely was. Very clean out of him.
Gabriel here from Auburn, another equipped lifter. He competed previously in the Southeastern Collegiate Cup this January. Very big squatter. And Riley taking 120 for her second as seconds are underway for this flight on platform 1.
Carson on platform 4, really wedging himself into that bar, making sure the bar position is stable. Any movement on your back while under 600 pounds, I can confirm, will mess up your squat pattern.
Oh, yeah. Last thing you want to do is feel all
Very
shaky
deep.
and wobbly.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to be very confident, which is why you'll see some of our lifters here take that double unrack, unrack it once. Very popularized by
Alex Lucko is where I picked it up from.
Yeah, Alex Lucko,
Mr. Perkins. Austin Perkins when he made his Raw Nationals.
He doesn't do that anymore, though. So hopefully maybe people will stop. And once again, just to reiterate, this session includes women's 82.5 raw and men's 90 to 110 equipped athletes here. So very wide range. Again, as Ethan mentioned, we'll be seeing some very heavy weight, especially in the squat today. And yeah, this is very critical once more, especially for the equipped division where we're seeing a lot of movement changes, particularly in the earlier session. A lot of the non-podium teams are coming into the podium positions potentially with these placements. So the pressure is on. Teams are trying to secure some more points here.
The pressure is definitely on, especially when Northeastern's Zachary Fowler is about to squat 302.5 kilos. That is 666 pounds on his back. Ladies and gents.
Deep.
And it's a bit of a struggle on the way up.
Beautiful balance there.
Ian Carrington coming into some friction with his unrack. He did not get a start command.
Now, what are they looking for the start command, Ethan?
I know for me personally, I've gotten into some trouble with some unlocked knees before I start, so they're looking for those knees to be locked out, which I'm sure can be difficult. I've never tried wraps before, but if you were to maybe mess up the wrapping of it, that you could have some bent knees. They're looking for motionless. They don't want you to still be moving into your final standing position. I don't know if there's anything else. Do you have anything to add, Ben?
nothing much to add. You actually covered most of the topics
Okay.
there. But yeah, the start cue is the most crucial point, because if you don't get that start cue within that minute, you will be timed out and you will be asked to put the bar back on the rack.
With the rack cue being the second most important, if you jump that, even if you hit what looks to be a perfect squat, locked out knees, locked out hips, if you rack that early, just a little too excited, you can still get 3 red lights. And that is actually for, I think, lifter and spotter safety. If you were to blow up a squat and then immediately walk it in without your spotters and loaders being ready to help put the bar away, that could lead to some dangerous situations. So I know it's, probably a hated rule to beginners, because I know as a beginner I messed that rule up, but it is a very important rule at the end of the day.
Very much so. Samuel Buckner blowing up 2:15. He's on to be having a day. He's very excited after that 2:15.
Getting into our 82.5 women's, Melina on platform 1 with 122.5 kilograms on her back. The all SBD fit belt, knee sleeves, and singlet. Calm second attempt there. Let's see what the judges say. Looks like 1 red. All you need is 2. Sure, she'll be going up a calm 5 to 7 kilos after that. That was a very solid second.
For sure. And here's 310 from Jackson, looking so easy with high bar.
Clean.
Very, very clean. 3 white lights.
Andrew Bourdreau, saying that correctly, I hope. A little better than UV, our French Canadian.
Hey, it's a different French, all right? It's not the same French.
220, got the work there. He's walking off. Doesn't even need to see the lights. He knew that he got that, and he's going to go up for a large jump after that. I think there was a lot left in the tank.
On platform 2, we have I'm going to butcher this, Paramatai. I'm so sorry if I butchered it, but he is taking a near 250 kilo squat here.
545 pounds on your back. The sacred 5.5 pound plates.
5.5 pound plates, yeah, exactly. And for those.
Ooh, a little wobble.
And we just learned that on platform 2, Ian will be getting a relift because there was an issue with the equipment in terms of the plate loading there. He will be getting an additional 2 minutes at the end of the flight. And again, these things can happen, especially when the spotters and loaders are, trying to get everything loaded.
Doing hundreds of weight changes per hour.
Yeah.
I know I get tired doing 5 in an hour.
It happens. It's good to know they're adjusting for that.
Yeah.
And he has that extra time to rest up.
Giving the best experience for the lifters. You wouldn't want, as a lifter, to come in and have some variable external to yourself mess you up. So very, very good that he got that reattempt.
Yeah, and for sure, shout out again to our new communication. I mean, we are hearing this information almost directly, real time as it's happening.
Yeah.
And again, very well run. Shout out to Barbell Productions as well for doing the best to put on a very high level production effort from a technical standpoint. We appreciate it, and I'm sure all the athletes do as well. And I was going to ask, for those watching who are unfamiliar with what some of the equipment might be doing, not even just in equipped, but in raw lifting, having a belt, having wrist wraps. What is sort of the function of that for lifters who might not know?
So those knee sleeves are actually going to help protect you and also help you with the squat, right? Some of that restrictive fabrics will help you get a higher load rather than you are lifting without those knee sleeves. And that belt is going to help you attain that intra-abdominal pressure, right? To help with that big bracing, have a strong core in order for you to put something like a 573-pound squat on your back from platform 3 with Christopher.
And we have just learned again on platform 2 another relift for Promothi. He is going to get a relift because his knee wraps were on for a whole 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And for those who are unaware, those knee wraps, stiff knee sleeves are already pretty uncomfortable to be in, but wraps are a different game. So He will be getting a relift as well at the end of the flight.
Joel Chong of Trueborn Strong has a fun time putting knee wraps on unequipped lifters and then giving them bruises on the back of their knees after just doing one warm-up squat. Ben involved, I believe.
I am unfortunately a victim of Joel Chong. This is me speaking up against his crimes. Being with those wraps on, I've lost blood circulation to my toes mid-squat. But it's okay because instant relief as soon as he took them off. I can't believe the uncomfortableness that Promote had to go through.
Yeah, 3 minutes in those.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
And again, big shout out to our equipped athletes here. It's not easy being in that gear and being uncomfortable. And as we see here, Tyrone on platform 4. Very good second attempt there.
And as you saw, the time ran out, but that does not matter because he got the start command before it timed out, which means doesn't matter. He can take as much time as he wants after the start command.
Here's Emily Ferguson going for 140, even though after missing 132.5, she's confident enough to go take that 7.5 kilo jump.
Beautiful depth. So depth was the issue on the first attempt.
Very
it was not
well
an issue
done
there. That was amazing.
And again, you know, a lot of our athletes here using wrist
2-1.
wraps, even some A7 wrist wraps in particular. And I think a lot of that is just because, you know, when you're getting your back into that sort of position, you want to get the bar into a very comfortable spot. And now, as we mentioned, Ian taking his first relift, sinking it.
Beautiful out of him. And that's so stressful because I know I
Right.
can be stressed if I were to have to take a relift in easy, like, soft sleeves just because of the hype dump off that happens. Doing that 3 times in an hour is a lot. You know, some are taking ammonia. They're getting slapped in the back. He's out there, like, ready to just blow up some heavy weight and having to retake that, especially in wraps, in a squat suit, in probably stiffer wrist wraps than I'm using, would have to be absolutely mentally draining. So let's see if he's able, him and Promethi are able to fight through and, you know, hit 3 for 3 or it seems 3 for 4 here.
Agreed. They're still in this. Let's see how he does here.
Alexander Craig going for 262.5.
Yes, sir.
Very well
Blows it
done.
up on platform 3.
Lauren
Good.
in the A7 black and white singlet.
That's one of my favorite singlets. One of my lifters
yeah.
has the black and white A7, and it is just very clean looking. I am probably going to be investing in the A7 market soon for a singlet myself.
I'm investing in the A7 market for.
I've went up a weight class, and my old singlets no longer fit. I'm a little bit of a fat boy recently, so I'm in the singlet market, and honestly, that black and white A7 is looking appetizing.
Is good.
So.
And also, a huge shout out to A7 for all their custom designs. They do a lot with schools, too. You'll see here a lot of custom school singlets are A7 sponsored. So
That's true, including Georgia Tech barbell singlets that we have gotten last year, a couple of them.
Of course, yeah. Very good design. And some switch up on platform 2 again.
Yeah, Promethi was in the knee wraps for 3 minutes.
Again,
so
yeah.
he's getting a reattempt, and I'm
Getting that
sure
attempt.
after those 3 minutes, he might be dealing with a little bit of pain. So his handlers are probably taking their time, making sure that everything is nice and tidy for his opening attempt squat.
Brielle, very good second. 3 whites. She is having a blast so far and looks like she'll be on pace for a very strong 3rd attempt.
Very strong from Duncan on platform 4.
Yeah, Duncan's opener had some struggle at the end, so if he's able to hit this 262, that's an incredible 7.5 kilos. Took that from absolute thin air. That was amazing stuff out of him.
And you know, sometimes with these lifters, again, we talk about the mental aspect. As we might colloquially say, you just have to lock in, and just getting in that head space can really make the difference between you know, a very good lift and a very bad lift.
Yeah.
So
here's Promethi on platform 2. He had the extra time after having to have his knee wraps on for so long. Hopefully that does not take too much of a toll, and this very heavy 545-pound opener is going to be light work for him.
Riley, yeah, with the head nod, she fights
Yes,
through
sir.
that 3rd. Looks like it'll be a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. Oh.
2-1.
She could contest this. She could contest it.
So deep from Promethi. Yes, sir. Amazing.
Amazing comeback.
3 white lights for Promethi. That is an incredible comeback after having to not take his first and do it at the end of the flight.
Exactly. Great way to bounce
That's
back.
some incredible mental fortitude because, again, I'm sure, like, 545 pounds is no joke. I'm sure he was getting smacked by his handlers, getting all hyped up just to not lift it and then come back and hit that at the end of the flight is some incredible stuff out of him.
For sure.
Excited to see where he ends up in the squat event.
As we're heading on to our thirds here in platform 1, Erica, 130, taking a 7.5 kilo jump here. Let's see what she has.
In the Inzers.
Oh, bit of a grind from Erica.
And
the opposite of raw, or the opposite of equipped, sorry, on platform 2. He is in no knee sleeves, no belt. I'm going to assume no squat suit. I think he's probably dealing with an injury.
Correct.
Maybe a week out, and just wants to come in. You know, he put in all this hard work, wants to just register a total, get that token lift.
Enjoy the moment. Maybe he'll have full effort on the bench press.
Yeah.
You don't know. And it is unfortunate how this sometimes happens. You can get injured and it comes in the way, but it's good to know. Part of being a powerlifter and an athlete is having that grit and still showing up.
It's the grittiest sport I've ever been a part of. I was a swimmer before, and that takes a lot of grit.
Yeah.
Kind of not being able to breathe as you're exerting is a difficult thing.
Yeah.
But
we have a crazy jump on platform 4 with 205 being his first attempt to 310 kilos to being his second attempt.
Man, man, that is equipped.
105 kilogram jump.
Looks like he's ready for it though.
And that's a good.
He did not blink an eye at the extra red on, so I'm gonna guess this is actually what he wanted to do.
Thirds have not been successful so far on platform 1.
2s and 7s can look alike, so I can understand misloading there, but 2s and 3s don't often get mixed up, so I think this is what he actually wants to take.
It's gonna be a re-rec.
And it looks like he's going to time out. I'm not sure what happened there.
Drew taking 302.5 kilos on platform 3. Louisiana proud. And Sophia, let's see what she has as a result. And that's a good lift.
Yes,
First
sir.
made third on that platform.
Yes, sir. Miles on platform 2 missed his opener. Needs this to stay in the meet. Equipped lifter in the Inzers. Sank that, easy up.
I believe that is a yellow and black A7 custom singlet. So shout out A7 once again.
Smoked 3 white lights. Honestly, he has a 20-kilo jump after that. I'm sure the opener must have been on depth.
On depth, yeah.
I think that one was most definitely depth, but this is the national stage. We're gonna have the strictest of judges. They're going to be looking at every single thing that they can critique and make sure that you're lifting to the competition standard. Outlawed or not outlawed, sorry, but written out in the USAPL.
For sure. Hayden fighting for 220. And Hayden gets that lift, yes. Now, just as all of the athletes here have been vetted and have earned their spot to be at the national stage, people don't really recognize the judges as well have gone through a vetting process to hold up the refereeing to this standard. So, again, very warm thank you to our officiating staff here.
And I know it's difficult. I can't even judge that for myself half the time. So judging for, these hundreds of lifters, all with different leverages, with, different equipment, it has to be hard to keep an eye out, especially if, they're lifting quick or they're lifting slow. It's tough to expect what's going to go on. So having that eye of hours of training, that's really impressive stuff. So, again, thank you, judges. Thank you, judges, so much.
Samuel Buckner absolutely smokes his third attempt of 220. And up next we have Peyton Middies coming out to 317.5 on platform 3.
That is 700 pounds. It's called 699.9. I'm going to call it 700. Peyton Middies coming out to a monster squat, taking his time with the walkout. A big old brace. And blew it up. That is crazy.
Great squat from Peyton.
2 white lights, all you need. Incredible stuff out of him. He has another couple of kilos in him.
And we can get some context here on some of the past performances in some of these categories as Ford smokes 227.5. Last year we've seen in the equipped 100-kilo category, Xavier hitting a 367.5 squat, 310 bench, 310 bench.
310 bench is crazy.
Pause. Did you say 310
I
bench?
did. And
683-pound bench press.
And a 323-kilo deadlift for a 918-kilo total.
That is
equipped at 100. Let's see if some of the lifters here today can get within that range.
The mythical 300 lifter we see.
Quite the split. I mean, that's just a testament to how insane a bench press you can get.
Yeah.
Here's Sophie Koepi going for 142.5, representing UCLA.
And now, here you can see on the screen the raw women's rankings here. Again, the same 3 schools, but they're all very close, within 1 point of each other. So now this, already seeing how close the women's 82.5 raw class is, it's going to be very important to see how, these small decisions handlers make for weight selection impacts the team placements in the bigger picture. So again, there's a lot at stake here. Just like Ben said before, it's not just the individual. There is a lot at stake in terms of how the school plays. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
And I know that the deadlift gets all of the love for deciding positions at the end, but there's still the squat and the bench where you have to kind of build up that subtotal to make it easier for yourself at the end of the meet. It's a lot easier to, go 2.5 or 5 kg below your all-time PR and jockey for that position than numbers you've never touched before and you have to go and ball out. So these are still important lifts for the rankings in the women's raw team event.
Definitely. And all the numbers are very close so far. I have a feeling subtotals will also be pretty similar and grouped together as we head on. So
Zachary on platform 3 in the A7 rigor mortis right there.
Good catch from our spotters
Yeah.
and loaders.
No lift.
If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be having this meet.
That's true.
Emily taking 147 here on platform 1.
7.5 kg jump after
Very controlled. Oh, unfortunately, not able to get that lift.
Emily has shown us some more of the extremes of knee valgus, right? The knee caving, but it honestly it helped her, right, for that second attempt. It got her that 140. But obviously, wanted to reiterate. I know I've said this in previous days, but don't worry. That knee caving, it's natural. It helps certain lifters.
Lifters with those kind of less hip mobility or the more internally rotated hips. It's where their strongest position is. And when you're out there lifting the heaviest weight, you want to be in your strongest position. So
Olivia makes light work of 147.5.
Light work.
And that is a good lift.
Jonathan on platform 4, 245 kilograms. And he blew that up. Another lifter who it looks like he's essentially lifting raw. But with those stiff sleeves, some people will call it equipped. I think they're haters.
Okay, I'm going to clear the air here. I really don't think stiff sleeves add up that much. I mean, I've heard people saying they can add up to 50 pounds on a squat.
Yeah, that's egregious. Yeah, that's egregious. It changes the way you squat for sure.
Let me put it this way. I think more credit has to be given to our athletes because it's not like throwing on sleeves will just make your squat blow up. So, again, credit to our athletes for putting in the work.
And a good save from our spotters and loaders on platform 3 on Mario Martinez.
Brielle here, 157.5.
Brielle, come on. Fight,
does she have it?
Fight.
No.
Okay. She's fitted though. The all orange A7, that's a fit.
Halloween A7 fit. And that concludes thirds for platform 1 for the flight. Only about half of them actually made their third squat, so it's really close.
Here's Ian on platform 2. If you remember, his opener had some weight sliding, and so he got to retake it at the end of the flight. Here he is on his second attempt.
And on platform 1, we will be having a guest lifter appeared. Jenny Hernandez just barely missed weight. So,
what was the number? What was the number?
Her body weight was 83.19.
That's tough. That's about 1 pound.
Yeah.
And so maybe if she woke up 1 hour earlier to either get in the sauna or sweat, that's makeable.
I mean, it happens. What that does mean is that you are now a guest lifter, so you will not be able to use your total to qualify for example, for
a podium spot, which is important in the women's teams, who is so close in that top end. 42, 41, and 40.
But still, as a guest lifter, you can still go out there and lift.
Show them what you got.
You've been prepping for months. You deserve to.
A lot of these athletes coming from around the country as well, investing a lot to travel. So
Hunter Sullivan on platform 4 with 584 pounds.
Come on, Hunter.
Nice.
Good struggle. That is a perfect third attempt. I don't think he had 266 in him today.
No.
I love watching perfect third attempt calls. That's one of my and 2 white lights, even more perfect, but like barely getting by what he needed. That's an incredible third attempt out of him.
Platform 2, another one of our lifters that had to retake their openers with a smoked 260. The energy is different now.
From Alexander on platform 3, he gets it up.
No lift on platform 2, unfortunately.
No, like we saw earlier, the 2 out of 3 white lights, perfect min-maxing. That's exactly what we're looking for.
Jenny Hernandez, no knee sleeves. She was our lifter that narrowly missed weight, coming out to 137.5 kilograms. I think that is 303 pounds, so she is opening with 300 pounds, which, you know, that is not something to scoff at.
She also is not wearing knee sleeves.
Yeah, I said that.
I'm reiterating that.
Okay.
That is very impressive.
Pedro on platform 2, retaking his opener, which he missed. He's going to need this to stay in the meet. Calm, slow descent. Looks like he hit depth and blew it up. I would be surprised if this does not get 3 white lights, which it does. Good work, Pedro.
We're seeing more and more of the high bar coming out. And some drip I want to notice on platform 4 from Gabriel with the sunglasses. 272.5 on his back, 600 pounds.
Wow. That is 600 pounds.
That is
wow,
crazy.
and Amy smoking her opener at 140.
3 white lights for Gabriel, and he's out. Oh my goodness, that's an excited man. I would stay out of his way.
Now,
if I were a wall, I'd be horrified right now. He's ready to run through you.
Griffin representing Pitt. He's here with 227.5, the magic 500.
Yes, sir.
Let's go. You can't ask for a better third. That was very well called.
Yeah, and 2 white lights.
Good lift.
We're min-maxers out here.
Oh yeah, we're
Holden from ULL, 285, and he is getting amped up. And we have 272 on platform 4 from Carson.
Creher, 601 pounds. Missed it on his second. Let's see if he can get redemption. Nice and deep.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I think he just had to make the technical adjustment. And 2-1. Looks like the side judges, which have different angles than us, do not agree with the depth. That happens, especially in equipped lifting. It's tough to get low when you have such restrictive.
Holden, on the other hand, platform 3, ecstatic after hitting that 285. And now Andres taking another 285 stab after missing his second, I believe, one of the heaviest squats in this platform.
628.
Again, part of UTSA, they are still there in that contention. I believe if we check the rankings.
While he looks at those, Alexander on platform 4, 277.5 kilos. And Andres on platform 3, 285. Nice. A little too much for him.
Olivia smokes her opener. But as I was mentioning, so UTSA, while they are in the podium spot in Raw, they are not in the podium spot for men's equipped. However, they are still within a reasonable distance, right behind UT Austin.
So here is Lane Healy, which perplexed us on his second attempt when he made a 105. That's a bench press for a lot of people.
Oh,
He's making a bench press jump from 205 to 310.
Michael here taking 237.5 on platform 2 as well. Very calm. Let's see what he has here in store. While Joshua gets ready for 287.5. Also ULL on platform 3.
Now, if you remember on platform 4 with Lane, he didn't even get a chance to squat. He was told to re-reg, but was unfortunately timed out. Let's see if he can get it on this third attempt. Moving the rack with him.
Oh.
A great catch from our spotters.
Yeah. He still has time. It looks I see 15, 14 seconds. He needs to sprint, getting ready under the bar. This is going to be a fight if he gets that start command. And he already had lockout issues. Spotters and loaders ready. Yeah, has to put it away. And that's tough because Texas A&M is in second place, and he is in second place, for men's equipped. And so that's a huge 105 kilograms to lose on your total.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
People usually make that up in the deadlifts, right? But 105 off the start?
Yeah.
With squats?
I'm a big jump advocate, but I think maybe...
That's a very big jump.
Yeah, especially... He didn't even get to attempt it the entire day.
No way.
I don't remember the second. But.
Larry for UTSA with 300 for his third. Is that a good lift? Oh, my goodness.
Spotters and loaders on platform 2.
Jared Miller from KSU, a little too heavy for him.
But yeah, with Lane, unfortunately, with his second attempt, he had to re-rack multiple times, and same thing with the third attempt. It's unfortunate to see. I'm sure he had plenty to show us with that 310 squat.
Lindsay smokes her opener there, but it's like a no lift, most likely on a depth call. And we have Ashley up next, 150, nearing the end of this flight as an opener from the University of Georgia. I cannot say go Dogs, but I'll give it a little slide.
Go Dogs. Let's go, Ashley.
We can still cheer for her, though.
Of course.
150, 331 pounds.
Big opener. And 302.5 for Drew on platform 3.
Grinds it out after missing on his second attempt.
3 white lights.
Oh, my goodness. The Louisiana crowd is so loud.
He was also loud. Midland's proud of Joseph, who's about to squat 252.5 for his opener.
Miles taking 240, also from Pitt.
For a third attempt.
This is big.
20 kilos from the second. He misses opener and retook, so I'm going to assume this is between his second and third, and that seems about right. I think he had a little more in the tank.
Yeah, let's see what the call is here. And Kenya also from UGA here, opening with 150.
I know I've seen a ton of people in the Collegiate Nationals handling and coaching community going to DNA, and Kenya is a DNA native. I think you're also a DNA native now.
I am not as of yet. I don't have my own method of transportation. However, I will say I was there. I just recently hit a squat PR at DNA, so I can't say anything bad about it. Great facility, though.
Shout out to Alex Waters.
For sure.
Amazing gym.
Great facility.
Dominic on platform 2 with 245 for his third attempt squat after missing his opener. Looks like the depth was there. And let's see what the judges say. Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing seeing how hyped people get after hitting that third squat, you know. Ian.
His fourth attempt squat.
Fourth attempt, yeah.
After a little mishap on the opener. If he can dial in, this will be one of the more impressive feats I've seen in a long time.
Meanwhile, I'm seeing a 330 kilo squat at 90 equipped from another powerhouse from Midland.
Where the noise is coming from? Midland?
Oh.
Unfortunately, doesn't make it.
Katie taking 152.5 kilos for her opener.
One thing I'd like to point out, and I could be ignorant here, but I think with equipped lifting, a lot of the times it might look like it's not even close. But it's such a technical sport. Of course, strength is a part, but if anything is off, like a degree in any of your joints, you can go from blowing something up to just not even being close. So that was still a good attempt.
And yeah, to your point, Ethan, like, see with equipped lifting, as we're seeing right now on platform 2, Ian unable to get that third. I mean, they are actively fighting on the eccentric to build as much tension as possible against the equipment, like you'll see in the bench press with the bench shirt especially. That can be very scary. It's definitely a whole beast of its own. So again,
it's already tight when your leg is extended, and now you're fighting against that material.
Yeah.
It will be shaky. It can be difficult, arguably sometimes harder than the way up.
Yeah.
As they blow it up and kind of work with the material rather than against it to lock out that, weight.
And here we have another UTSA athlete showing respect to our spotters and loaders here. 275 for an opener. We're gonna get into some 300 kilo opener territory.
A little too heavy for Tommy. With the ultra upright, tiny, short little femur, I'm jealous of him. That's an equation for a big squat.
Big squat. But again, just because you're not well leveraged for a lift does not mean you're over. There, we've seen it over and over.
Julia in the all-white black A7 belt. That's a fit.
That is a fit. The all-white A7 fit. That's one of their more popular, more best-selling lines that's come out right now. And
one of my favorite models for that fit, Quentin from Trueborn. He has truly rocked that before.
White Power Ranger himself.
I like that, the white Power Ranger.
And she smokes 165.
Very well done. And I believe from the University of Houston, we'll be seeing a bunch of their lifters here today, soon in the night session as well.
Gabriel with 260, 573 pounds, misses opener, jump 15. Jump 5, sorry. Jump 15 from the second. And he hits that. Let's see what the judges have to say about that one. 3 white lights, not even close. Not even close.
Another custom Oregon
Nike
singlet here.
That is beautiful.
I believe.
Light work of 240.
Oh
I believe Raw not using.
Yeah, it looks like the rigor mortis knee sleeves.
Correct. Very nice squat there. Alina starting off our seconds here. Another A7 enjoyer. I just really love the color diver. Like, there's so many colors that they have. It's almost like asking why they have that many colors, but you know what? Fashion lifting.
Yeah.
Fashion lifting.
And I like
look
how
good,
Alina's.
look good, baby.
Yeah, exactly.
I like how Alina is mixing up the colorways, right? She goes with the gray singlet, but with the orange knee sleeves.
I like it.
I'm going to run some blue and pink, I think, maybe. Let's see how that looks.
Now, Pramit taking 260 again. He did miss it. This is also his 4th attempt squat.
260. Let's see if he can colloquially dial in.
Dial in.
And smoke this. Also colloquially.
Looks like
Good
he hits
down.
the hole. Yes.
Wow.
There's
Gets
that.
the rack command eventually.
Yeah, I think we're all agreeing back here. That fan favorite here
2 white
beating
lights.
the odds.
Oh my
And
goodness.
just like Ethan was saying, like that difference in that margin of error and technicality can change how that second looked versus how the third looked.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he starts it all off with, before even his first attempt
Yeah.
squat, just losing all of the circulation in his knee from just sitting there with the wraps on for 3 entire minutes, which
I
may
can't
not
believe
sound
it.
long, but that can be an eternity when you're in, I'm sure, that much pain.
I really
so.
hope he can wriggle his toes right after that one. Honestly, because I wouldn't be able to wiggle them at all. Here's Pedro on platform 2, looking to take 267.5. Crowd's cheering on Rachel Wilkie, looking to take 147.5 for her second time on platform 1.
The mythical 315 for her. Or, no, that's so incorrect. 325, I'm sorry.
She does so much more than 315.
Yeah,
Ethan,
she's a
come
beast.
on.
That's my fault. Beautiful squat of Rachel. Arguably, she has another 10, I think easily. 3 white lights for her, as expected. Roan on platform 4 with his opening 317, 700 pounds as an opener.
I had to double take there.
Yeah. I was like, oh, 217, that's called 317.
317.
No, my favorite thing is one that with the heavier squats, you'll see the bar just wiggle at the top.
Yeah, with our TSS power bars, I have this experience. I think they're slightly more bendy than the Ohio Powers, which were used previously, but I think the thinner TSS plates, which I'm a huge fan of personally, I think the silver looks tough. They're a little thinner, I believe.
Right, offsets that, sort of.
Yeah, and similarly, the entirety of the warm-up room, you see 4 platforms here if you were to look at all the live streams. I believe there's 12, unless I'm bad at counting, fully stocked with TSS bars, TSS racks.
I think it's 12,
full plates. That is a ton of equipment. That's a dream gym in the back warm-up room here.
Very high-quality equipment. The racks, adjusting heights, very easy.
Nothing
I'm sure
but
as
the
when you were
best.
there as a handler yesterday.
Yeah.
Very high-quality stuff.
Very easy to work with.
Beautiful squat from Ulrich from UTSA, 265, 3 white lights.
You can see here on platform 4, they're making some adjustments to the rack. And if you're curious what that is, my assumption here is either he has a very wide frame where he's going to need to grip outside of where the rack typically would be, or he has some issues at walkout where he kind of bumps into the rack. It looks like he has one in, one out, so I'm going to guess it's the latter. And that's just kind of, you know, a small little adjustment that can go a long way. I think we've seen a couple of lifters bump the rack on their walkout, especially since everything is so tight. Maybe they can't even feel their feet as they walk out. This is just a small tactical advantage that, you know, is accounted for in USA Powerlifting.
And Brianna there with a very smooth opener, 157. Now we have some big squats coming up on platform 2. I already see 180 loaded as an opener.
I didn't even mention Caleb with the one in just blew up 727 as an opening squat.
Oh, just you wait though, because right after him is Lawrence with 332.5, and after Lawrence is Giovanni with 342.5.
342. And again, as a reminder, as we see these very heavy squats, here are the equipped rankings for the men's category. Midland ahead of the pack right now, but Texas A&M shortly behind, and they both have several lifters competing in this session today. So
yeah, BMC's own Lawrence Jones
as well. So all these placements, they'll become very important as you see Texas A&M and BMC as well try to overtake and get that first place position. And again, as a reminder, for those unaware of how collegiate team scoring works, now that Ethan is knowledgeable about collegiate team scoring, I believe
big man.
He can explain exactly how collegiate team scoring works.
Before I do that, I was looking at Lawrence Jones' openers. He is projected to finish first.
Based on openers.
Yes, based on openers. And maybe some third attempts in the 100 kg class. So,
oh my goodness.
That was crazy, by the way. As I get into the collegiate team scoring, first place is a huge benefit for your team. There are 14 categories, just to remind you guys. Raw and equipped, women and men. Only lifters who are registered as point scoring can score points. Each team gets 12 total athletes per team. So you get 12 raw men, 12 raw women, 12 equipped men, 12 equipped women. And you only get 2 scoring athletes per weight class. First 9 placings are scored as 12, then a 3-point drop to 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And any lifter who registers a total out of those placings, as long as they are denoted as a scoring athlete, will get 1 point. The maximum you can score is 12 times 7, which is 84 points. And then in the case of a tie, the team with the greatest number of first places will be ranked first, and the top 5 teams will receive awards. So we're going to keep our eyes on those team scores.
Giovanni blew up 342.5. Blink and you'll miss it, but you're just gonna have to wait and see what he's gonna load up next. It's gonna be a really tight race between our equipped lifters in the 100 kilo class.
And this is a rare event, Collegiate Nationals. It's not often that you see team scoring having such an emphasis placed on it. You're not doing it for yourself. This is an individual sport at the end of the day, but here, you know, you're kind of part of something larger than yourself, which is really cool and very unique about Collegiate Nationals. And I think that's why I think I will come out and watch a Midland lifter or a Texas A&M lifter who I've never heard of before, and I'm invested in their opening squat, which is a rare thing. I think that's a lot of fun.
I agree for sure. And here we see Ashley taking her second attempt on platform 1. Let's see how this goes. Very well done.
Ashley.
As I grit my teeth, that was a beautiful squat for the UGA Bulldogs.
And Sam getting ready to walk out with 300 keys here on platform 3.
Katie Zimmerman from Oregon. I think there was an Oregon-specific A7 singlet, if I can't.
It was a Nike singlet,
I don't know.
believe.
It looks like she's rocking the regular, all-black A7, but I do know that
it's clean.
Have school sponsors.
It's clean.
Yeah.
The A7 singlet is clean.
Leanne on platform 2 with a 167.5 opener.
That's ridiculous. 167.5, I believe that
370.
is 370-ish. That's well over 3.5 pound plate. Is that the right math?
365 is 3.5, so it's just a little bit over if you were to do the 3.5 pound plate. And so that, if you were to walk around a commercial gym, you would stop and watch this.
Everyone's
person
watching. Everyone's
and that's
watching,
just an opener. So this is some impressive stuff. It's hard to contextualize because oftentimes, these plates are not what you'll see in your typical commercial gym. So it's so much fun to watch when you can kind of translate these numbers to what it would look like in real life. Not this
For
isn't
sure,
real life,
Kenya, I'm sorry to cut you off
No,
there.
you're good.
Kenya here, another Georgia hometown favorite. She is very much involved in the powerlifting community here. And she's here taking 157.5 keys for her second attempt.
All black A7 seems to be a very common choice for the lifters.
Down to the socks.
Down to the socks.
Down to the socks. I like that commitment. Let's see it.
Big brace. Easy dap.
Oh, my goodness.
And I would be surprised if that does not receive the quickest 3 white lights the judges have ever given before in their lives.
She's got plenty more after that.
Absolutely. Okay, 2 white lights, but. So we are in the back room here, and through my headphones and through hearing you guys talk, I hear horns, I hear individual people screaming, I hear entire teams of people backing one lifter as if their screams were able to help them get the squats up.
This sounds like a football arena. Like I'm not even playing.
Quite literally.
When I started hearing the horns and whatever instruments are out there, I mean, I can't tell whether I'm, here at a powerlifting comp or just
like
in the middle.
Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl, yeah, exactly.
I know that personally in Georgia Tech, we're kind of a newer program, but every single lifter feels like family. Like I can go watch someone who's not in my weight class, Shreyas, for example, and I watch him pull that third squat, and I'll shed a tear. Yeah,
it was amazing. I think the athletes may not visually express it while they're lifting, but they definitely appreciate the support. It goes a very long way to know. No matter what happens at comp, you still have your team and your friends and family behind you.
Yeah.
And I think all of us as lifters can appreciate that.
Yeah. I love the people who are very dialed into their team. I know specifically Joshua Hall, who will be competing later tonight.
Yes.
One of his most common posts is, I do it for my team. He's from the University of Houston. Platform 1. I'm sure he's out there in the crowd. Even though he's competing later tonight, he's going to be giving his all with his voice, trying to help Julissa squat 172.5, which is I believe 380.
380, and we have 177.5 for our second heaviest opener on platform 2. And platform 3, heading into some unreal territory. We were just informed there is a 352.
352 is crazy. 352 for a deadlift is like.
That's a squat.
But first, most notably, people would see 352 as a deadlift first.
As a deadlift in the elite pros for heavier weight classes.
Very elite pros. But as a squat, this man. Listen.
I'm gonna summarize our expressions in 3 simple words. That boy tough.
Oh, that boy tough.
That boy tough.
I'm sure all of his competitors are praying that his kneecaps do not survive. This is BMC, who are in 3rd place of the men's equipped. So this is
big.
An enormous squat.
And Xavier, as I mentioned, last year totaled 918 keys. Total 918 keys.
Whoa.
So 367 is his comp best, I believe, from last year. Let's see where he ends up today on the squat.
I might be really so bad
And
at
it looks like, well, we're doing the math here right now. The math isn't actually, I believe they missed.
367.5 plus 310 plus 323 is actually 1,000.5. I'm not sure if there was a miscalculation in either any of his lifts or the total, but
regardless,
here's Xavier.
Let's see what he has on the day.
777, taking his time. Looks
very clinical. Now, platform 1, eyes on Olivia here. She needs to hit the squat to stay in the meet. Pressure is on. Can she stand up to it?
The pressure is on, but pressure makes diamonds. Olivia's here to show up and show out. She is going to make this squat. I know it.
Tillman on platform 4 with a calm 320. Oftentimes you see equipped lifters kind of exploding out of the hole. He had a little bit of explosion and then a little bit of work where maybe his muscles kind of come back into the equation a bit more, and that transition is a little tough. But that was still a clean 320. I think he has a little bit more in him for his third.
Following back up with Olivia on platform 1. She is in the meet. Nice job, Olivia. We would love to have you here and compete with the rest of the 82s.
And Jenny getting ready to take 155 for her third. As we mentioned, she just barely missed weight, but still out here and competing and giving it her all. Valeria, on the other hand, 162.5 keys. She missed her opener here, but she is trying to take a step up.
Roan on platform 4 with 332.5 kilograms. I think, doing the math in my head, that's 733, and I could be wrong. That's absurd for a squat.
You are very much correct. If I'm looking at the screen behind Rowan, that is 733. Oh,
nah,
I love
cheated.
cheating. Why do you think I do sumo? Come on, Ethan.
That's what I'm saying. Cross on the thigh. Big brace. Depth looks good.
Come on, Rowan.
And blew it up. Let's see what the judges have to say about that. 733-pound squat out of 100 kilogram. Man, he only weighs 220. What's the... That's over 3 times body, obviously. 100 times 3.32 times body weight squat is pretty impressive.
Man, the numbers are too big for me to do mental math. That's enough.
I'm uniquely blessed that I'm able to do the mental math.
Thank you, Ethan.
Thank you to my deadlift. Lawrence Jones with 342.5. That's going to be 755 pounds on the squat for BMC, who is, as I've said, I feel 8 times. They must have a ton of lifters in this men's equipped. Obviously, they're in 3rd place.
Now,
the atmosphere is ramping up right now, especially with Midland and BMC backing both their lifters who are about to squat some crazy numbers.
Oh my goodness. Amy smokes her third there on platform 1.
Lawrence Jones gets into the hole and explodes out of it. He has so much more in the tank. Easily going to go over 770, maybe touching 780 pounds.
Here's Eliza Reckers stepping out with 155 on her back. A deep squat from her fight. Oh, just not enough for Eliza. Here's Julie stepping out with 172.5 on platform 2. She's getting ready for her second attempt. Nice and steady walkout. Big brace. And a powerful squat from Julie. She's got plenty more with that third. $345 keys, looking easy for Mitchell on platform 4. See how the judges give it.
And now 347 loaded on platform 4. So for some context, especially with our raw lifters here, a lot of our athletes will be trying to accumulate a qualifying total for Raw Nationals, which is in Salt Lake City this year in September. I think this would be as great of a chance to get that QT, do it on a national stage. You're about, what, 4 months out?
5
5 months out. Good.
Maybe 21 weeks.
Good amount of prep time for a meet.
A perfect five blocks for most people, yeah.
And for those who are looking for other big meets coming up soon, in the month of June, we'll be having all of our 5 regional meets here in the USAPL. So that's another chance for athletes to sort of get that nationals QT if that's what they need.
Caleb on platform 4 with 347.5. That's 766 pounds on his back.
Come on, Caleb. Up.
Yeah, that's a calm second. That's a calm second.
Is his nose bleeding?
Oh, that's tough. Real? Looks like his mouth is bleeding.
Oh, yeah, it might be his mouth. I saw some blood.
Either way, he's tough. He's
very
tough.
Rest assured, Now, Leanne here, Mr. Opener, but still taking the 10-kilo jump.
That's a considerable jump.
Oh,
and she blows it up.
and she's
wasn't even a
and
risk,
she's her.
to be
She got
honest.
it. Again, like we talk about, so much mental game comes into this sport. You know, that opener, nerves are a really big part of that. So it looks like she got over that.
Can confirm. I've had my fair share of missed
openers,
squats,
yeah.
Not on strength, and you still want to go up because
you know
this is a not only do you know, but this is a competition and a team competition. You have not only yourself but others relying on you, and so sometimes you have to take the calculated risk. And Katie Zimmerman on platform 1, 157.5. She took the calculated risk. It has not paid off so far, but let's see if it will here from Oregon.
Big brace.
Like
Sinks it.
A little too much. That means she will be bombing out of the meet. She's still allowed to take her bench and deadlift attempts, but she will not be registering a total, and she is not able to help her team score any points. And so I believe the team scoring, anyone who is denoted as a scoring lifter will get 1 point if they register a total at minimum. I believe she will not be able to add to her team's total,
Not at all.
But I've seen a couple Oregon folk. I think maybe they can pull through.
They have a good shot.
A beautiful 355 squat from on platform 4, I believe, Caleb Esparza. That was crazy. 3 white lights. The judges loved it. I loved it too. Can't wait to see what he's going to load up next.
Chloe Beasley on platform 2. We are well into the 400s.
27.5 is 414.
400-plus pound back squat, which is light work on platform 2 for a second there for Chloe. And it's a good lift.
Yeah, that's a sleigh. You see she whipped the hair
Yeah.
out. That's a sleigh. Good work, Chloe.
We got some bigger squats coming in too. Maybe we'll see some 200-kilo squats based on these second attempts so far. UGA athlete Ashley here on platform 1.
She's 2 for 2 so far. 160 is loaded for her. Let's see if she goes 3 for 3.
Travis blowing up his third on platform 4. Midland is letting everybody know that they enjoy it. Those 3 white lights helping them in jockeying for a position in the men's equipped team. Ashley on platform 1, 160 blown up. Very calm, very clean. That's a perfect third attempt. 2-1. That's all you need, baby.
Min-maxing. We love it. Here's Kenya up next, part of UJ as well on platform 1. 162.5. Chosen for her. Let's see if she gets it here.
And our first 190-kilo squat of the day in our women's 82.5.
Caitlin Corpus.
Big squat.
What school is that, UV? Are you aware?
It's San Diego State University. So another West Coast school.
Okay.
We got a big showing from California schools.
Yeah, and I'm hyper aware of how much the time difference can make, especially for the morning lifters. This is a 3-hour time difference. So for if you were a morning lifter in California, you'd be waking up at 1 a.m. your time to go to And so even though this is the second session, they weigh in at 11 o'clock.
Right.
Still waking up a bit early, and maybe your circadian has been thrown off. There's a lot of variables that can be affected, and that's what makes national meets like this so entertaining to watch, because anything can happen.
And on platform 1, we're about to wrap up here. Looking at our third to last third squat, Kenya here 162, and on platform 2, is that a record attempt I see?
That is a national record attempt.
Kenya smoking
by Sarah
her third.
from Haverford.
Did not look like a world record. She blew that up. Oh,
Ooh.
3 reds.
A little high.
She has some in the tank, though, for sure. I think she can definitely claim that again.
A good catch from our spotters on platform 4.
Keelan
35 was a bit too much for Keelan.
Leaving his heart out on the platform, not stopping until the bar was literally ripped from his back by the spotters and loaders, giving everything he has. I think he was a Midland lifter, if I'm not mistaken, so they take their placings very seriously. They're in a battle with other schools to take away first place awards.
Most notably, Texas A&M was 7 points trailing right behind them.
Yeah. In the men's equipped.
A grinder from Haley on platform 1.
Very clean.
She's so hyped about that. What a great squat.
And moving in to our final squat. Now, Julissa from University of Houston, she weighed in light as well, 78 kilos.
Okay.
Room to spare, and still closing out with the heaviest squat. 180 keys here.
Arthur Emerson on platform 4 with 292.5. We'll see what the judges say about the depth. I am a little ignorant about the equipped. And it looks like they give it to him 2-1.
Let's
And he's excited about that one.
And looking a little ahead into platform 2 for our thirds, I see 200 kilo attempts loaded up.
And I'm looking ahead on platform 4 for our thirds, and Giovanni has loaded 365.5. 365 is 804, the mythical first 800, because 362.5 is not 800 definitively. 365.5 is a record of some type. It has to be
Almost
national if you're going to
positive.
make chips.
Yep.
Possibly a world record if it's 800. That's obnoxiously heavy.
And Julissa here takes 180. Very well done. Let's see what the judges say.
An
Good
amazing
lift.
squat from Julissa.
The white Power Ranger.
The white Power Ranger.
Let's go.
Raging Cajuns in front of the cameras on platform 3. They're letting Sam Quinn, their boy, know that he is supported, he's loved, and he's going to come out and have to blow up 310 to stay in the meet, taking a 10-kilo jump after missing the opener.
And now that wraps up our squatting for platform 1. We are going to be taking a 10-minute intermission there as we prepare for the bench press event on platform 1. So please stay tuned. And there is the rest of our schedule on the screen for lifting. And tune into the other platforms as well if you want to see, since they're still going on.
And back to Sam Quinn on platform 3. 310 to stay in the meet. Depth looks close. He blew that up.
Let's see, that was
Pretty
very fast.
close.
He could still go up and just go a little
Oh,
deeper,
yeah.
but he gets the 3 white lights and is going to take, I'm sure, a very hefty or comfortable 10 to 15 kilos.
I think so.
Which will put him into the 700 range.
Isabella here, retaking her second. Can she secure these extra 10 keys?
Come on, grind it out.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
All smiles there. And let's see.
Let's go Tillman.
Given to her. 3 white lights. Beautiful out of Isabella.
Platform 4, a bit of a struggle for Tillman with 322.5. He squeezed out the
Yes, sir.
extra 2.5 kilos from his last attempt.
All right.
Nice job for the
I
man.
need whatever the audience is having because they have been bringing this energy since 8 o'clock in the morning, and they have not let up. And
That's
it
what
is
happens when you have 1 gram of caffeine.
1 gram of caffeine. I see. We need to get a poll going. Total caffeine consumption from our audience members.
Oh, my goodness. It'd have to be kilo. Like, I'm sure it's a
Yeah.
squat. Like
Yeah, yeah.
Cali Cordova, you know Midland's going whenever you hear the horns and the crowd bump with excitement. Depth looks
Nice.
good. So Cali, amazingly
Oh
locked
my
out.
goodness. They're
And that's 3 white lights, of course, as it should be. Beautiful squat for Kaylee, or Cali.
amazing noise cancellation on these mics because
I
I can
know.
literally hear them as if they are right over there beside me in the warm-up room.
I
So.
feel like there's someone blowing a horn in the seat next to me, but
And this venue is massive. I mean, here in the Georgia International Convention Center, this first time actually they're having it near the airport, so very convenient for our athletes that are traveling from all across the country. But
Jace, pause, sorry, with 337, that was a insane misgroove maybe, but he got
he gets
back
it.
under
Does he
himself.
get
Got
it?
it.
Yeah,
White
he gets it.
lights. That is dog mentality right there.
That is a dog right there. And let's see, Jason gets 3 reds here.
I'm sorry to cut off what you were
No,
saying. I was just watching some.
No, there's so much going on. I don't even blame you.
Yeah, but by the airport, I actually flew in from New York, and it being right by the airport was extremely convenient.
Yeah.
There's hotels around here, making it easy for the lifters with our venue planning. Really a beautiful decision to have it
For
here
sure.
of all places in Atlanta.
Looking out for the college athletes, you know, paying for Ubers as well. It's not the best. You've already invested a lot into tickets, so. And I love the space as well. They've done a very good job.
Yeah.
It's actually the biggest space of CNATs ever.
Wow.
Of CNATs ever.
Oh my goodness, Rowan.
Going through the sticking point like a man.
Come on, Julie. Ooh, so close, but a great catch from our spotters and loaders.
Looks like one red. Doesn't matter. Roan gets his third attempt squat of 755 pounds. Oh, Andrew giving us a little dance on platform 3. A little nod to the legend Delaney Wallace, giving us some moves.
Some moves. Platform 3, Xavier from BMC. He's about to do an 805-pound squat. That is a large grizzly bear. A very large grizzly bear.
Some might say it's 2 vending machines.
Or 2, maybe even 3 full vending machines.
You can hear the pop from the crowd. BMC is in our men's equipped top 3 right now. This is a huge squat that they're going to need if they want him to get them those 12 or 9 points.
For sure. Also, 350 on platform 4. Do not count Mitchell out here.
The javelinas. Clean. Let's see what the judges say.
Mitchell.
Good lift. No lift for Mitchell.
Xavier.
Fight Xavier.
365, a little tongue action at the end. He's flying. You know he got that. Yes, sir. 804 pounds from Xavier. He has another attempt to go.
And let's turn our attention to platform 2, where we have Sarah. Now, she missed 192.5 keys initially for her second.
And if I remember, I think it was on depth. I
Correct.
think she most definitely had the strength. It was a little hard, but I definitely think that this is there, and she's going to have the ability to pull this one through if she can dial in
And
right
she
here.
is
She's
about
gonna really need to
to
sink
push
this.
through. Come on.
Fight it.
No.
The dogman, that was crazy.
That was-
I would have given up on that lift 5 seconds
Yeah.
earlier.
Such grit
And
there.
she almost, I'm sure that sticking point was 1 centimeter
100%,
away before she
yeah.
just exploded.
Very
Lawrence
well
Jones
done.
on platform 4 with 777 pounds.
Lawrence.
Taking his time. And then
Nice.
just blows it up. Oh my goodness.
Adam fighting for 245.
Just wasn't there.
2-1 for Lawrence. He does not get that lift, and that's his third. I think there is contesting. I don't know if that is. There is
Can't
contesting.
contest.
You
You
can
can't
contest.
contest.
Now, 2, as I mentioned earlier, 192.5 keys again. I believe a record attempt, or
No, I don't see a record.
no
attempt
record
in
attempt
there.
on screen. However, still a very big squat. And then afterwards, we will have 2 separate 200-kilo squat attempts, which I believe will be the record.
357.5 is being loaded for Caleb Esparza, representative of UTSA.
Here's Gino holding up the bird. I'm assuming their school mascot or logo.
The Roadrunners.
You've been doing this for a while. If you know the mascots. Oh, it says okay.
It
My
says
fault.
it right underneath.
I thought you've just been memorizing mascots at this point.
I have been here for, a couple days as
Yeah,
well.
he knows where to look to figure out the mascots at minimum. But Caleb here with a big brace, a little bit of a
Chloe.
pre-hinge, nice and controlled into the hole, and
Come
explodes
on.
out of it.
There's the bloody nose.
Yeah, bloody nose that we know and love.
Little
Let's see what
bit
the judges say.
Of a hold up on platform 3.
3 rads, a little high. Chloe with 200 kilograms, 441 pounds for an 82.5 collegiate women's is absurd.
Here's
She-
Giovanni with
a little heavy.
national record squat being loaded up on platform 4.
I'm still surprised that I can't hear the crowd through
Our mics.
our mics because this is a Midland lifter, and this is a Midland lifter squatting
yeah.
805 pounds.
Yep. This is a national record attempt. Now, can Isabella secure this 200-kilo back squat here? That's insane. 441 pounds. In the virus singlet, I believe.
Yeah. That was your max not too long ago, UV, and you're 90. You got to
Yeah.
dial in. These are some crazy numbers.
No, yeah, Ethan is right. Like, this is insane. Oh, my good.
Amazing out of Isabel. A little tilt there at the end. Hopefully there's no technical issue with the judges.
Let's
And
see.
3 white
Oh,
lights.
let's go. And
Easy.
she's
That's
excited.
exciting.
There we go.
Here's Giovanni on platform 4, 365.5. I've never actually heard the crowd this loud before.
Me either. This is a first for me as well. As platform 2 wraps up, you can either stick around with us with platforms 3 and 4. There's plenty of squatting left, especially when Giovanni breaks an American record. Or you can wait the 10-minute intermission and wait till
Oh, my
bench
goodness.
happens. That's a new American record. I suggest you switch over to platform 4 right now.
And that wraps it up, I believe, for platform 2
And 4.
and 4. We will very nice synchronization there to
Yeah.
move on to.
Spotters and loaders are consistent. What can we say?
Very much so. They're giving, looks like Adam Hedrick.
I believe, yes, it looks like there's something to do with the.
They're giving him a retake
Correct.
at the end.
I see an asterisk next to his second attempt in the lifting cast, so it's most definitely a retake. I think it looks like they're doing it between the second and third attempt. Something must have happened with the second attempt, maybe shortly.
I believe it's the turnaround because he's the bottom of.
Yeah. So
Okay.
just some extra time. Let him recover. Yeah.
Very professional there. And nice to see that all our flights are ending about the same time.
Yeah.
We'll see if that holds up later on, but
UV does not believe. UV does not
hey,
believe.
you never know. You never know.
never
You never
know.
know. And once again, shout out to Barbell Productions here for the level of quality in the production so far. You can see all these amazing pieces of footage that they've captured these past 2 days. And again, if you are lifting here today, or if you are a family member or a friend of someone who will be lifting, please let them know that they will have media packages available and really high quality media footage. I don't think you want to miss out on getting the chance to have the footage of your favorite lifter lifting at Collegiate Nationals.
Looking at the Platform 4 live stream, you can see the warm-up room. That is looking very hectic, but I know that there's enough equipment to... Okay, sorry, Platform 3. We are back on with Adam Hedrick, 245 kilograms for his, I believe, retook second, maybe a third. Sank, and just a little too much for him.
Yeah, I mean, that 10-minute intermission probably messed him up.
Yeah, that can be tough for sure. Oh, Joseph Mabe took 265 for his opener, retook it, and missed it again on his second. Jumped 5 kilograms. He's coming out with all the chips. I think that means he's likely in contention for a podium spot or a top 12 finish so that he can score points for his team. And he's going to have to leave it all out. He's going for broke here. 270 is 595 pounds.
The crowd is barking for Joseph.
A Louisiana lifter, it appears, based off the logo, as I'm now paying attention to. The
This part of Louisiana Tech, they're barking, most likely because of their mascot. But
I think they're just dogs. Similar to Joseph here, taking a 5-kilo jump after 2 misses.
with the dog in
Depth
him,
looks good. Locks, that was actually an RP6 squat from my view. And looking at the board in the back, 3 white lights. He is in the meat. That is a critical, not only 5 kilos that he got from hitting that, but 270 kilos from his best squat of the day. So that is a huge get for him. He, I'm sure, had to dial in.
welcome into the meet, Joseph. Up next, we got Lucas Kensel from Oregon, looking to squat 270
that's singlet.
for his opening. Or, I'm sorry, third attempt.
We're going to get started with the bench press on Platform 1 very shortly. So welcome to those who are tuning in for this event. And we're going to start seeing how the entire sort of landscape in terms of placing will settle in as the bench press progresses, because I see a range of openers here. So the gap may widen, for sure.
A clean third attempt from Lucas there. Calm 270 kilograms, just below the 600 number. But I think, you know, knowing yourself on the day that you're not going to go for that milestone number of 600 is more impressive. And just getting and building that subtotal so that you can end the day with a total that you're proud of. More important than overextending, looking for milestones.
Probably one of the hardest things in the sport, honestly, is keeping your ego in check and knowing to take what you have on the day. Very, very difficult to do. And Erica, shout out the green accents on that comp shirt. I'm believing that's probably
it's matching with the
University of
those.
North Texas comp shirt.
Nice.
Chase with 272.5 did not listen to his.
Chase.
Oh, he got through though.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. 601.
Eyes all puffy. You can tell there.
3.
Oh my
whites.
goodness.
2 whites. Sorry.
All he needs.
That's all you need.
All he needs.
Are you guys aware if any lifts have been overturned from 2 white lights? This
No,
meet?
not yet.
Okay.
Not
This
yet.
meet.
I know that's always a risk.
It's a very big
Yeah.
risk.
I know there's been some famous ones, some Gavin 8 and third attempts. Yeah, you definitely want those 3 white lights. You can feel safer with it, but
For sure.
oftentimes, and I guess especially during this meet, you're going to walk away with 2 white lights, happy that you were able to get the number that you wanted
For
at the
sure.
perfect.
And we have on Platform 1, Lauren about to go up next with 57.5 keys for her opener. And Ricardo on Platform 3, 277.5. Well.
Fight with Ricardo. Platform 3. He gets it up though.
I heard the screaming
white
before the lights. So
Yeah.
Someone was very excited about that squat, me included.
I would be too.
277, yeah.
The Raging Cages are about to make some noise in the building as Brett Guillory is about to squat 280 kilos.
That is 617. Nothing to scoff at.
No easy feat. Come on, Brett.
Nice and slow into the hole. And a
Oh,
little too much.
he does get to walk away with 275 under his
Yep.
belt, though.
Only 5 kilos on the total miss there. Not too much of a loss for him. I'm sure he's still happy with a 2 for 3.
Here's Sophie coming out for UCLA, looking to open her bench with 65 keys on Platform 1.
Self-unracker. Are you a self-unracker, Ben? I'm curious.
I am a self-unracker.
Have you been a self-unracker for your entire lifting career?
That is true.
Okay.
Yes, I have been. You know,
What do you think the benefits are there? Why do you prefer that?
I prefer that because of the consistency. I know that I can bring it out to where I need it to be. But on those heavier lifts, you know, when I get heavier into my singles, maybe I'll ask for a lift off if I'm feeling
Okay,
a
so you're
little
not
unsure.
a self-unracker.
I'm not a true self-unracker.
Yeah. I am a true self-unracker. That's actually a recent change for me, I think, in the last couple of months. I agree. I think just setting up my back in a more consistent way without getting the tension taken off of me by someone else. I kind of need all of the pounds on my back so I don't slide and can get into that position. So it's an interesting choice that each individual lifter gets to make. Some people find it nicer to have it given to them. But yeah, everyone's accommodated for
Right.
with our spotter and loaders.
But you'll see that those who do ask for a lift-off, they are giving specific, very detailed instructions every time.
Yep, that's something that I tell my lifters to do. You should be having a 10 to 15 second conversation. I don't care how much time is on the clock. You're always ready when the bar says loaded. Talk for 10 to 15 seconds. Make sure that when you get that lift off, it is perfect. And then you still have 45 seconds to set up for the bench press. So
Here's a big squat from Mark Anthony on Platform 3, 290 keys. He's representing the Longhorns today.
towering over a couple of our spotters and loaders. I know the long femur grind. I know this is going to be a fight, especially for a third attempt squat. And a little too much for him today. Good catch by our spotters and loaders, as always. You've spotted and loaded, that's correct.
I have at States.
And how did you feel about it?
It was an experience. I definitely recommend for everyone to do it at least once, for sure. But definitely bring gloves. If you're ever going to do it, definitely bring gloves. The plates that I was exchanging, eventually the dirt and grime stacks up on your fingers. And not only that, there's a chance where you can pinch your fingers as well. I've pinched my pinky trying to slide up.
How did you recover from that, Ben? That's so
sad. I pinched my pinky. I pulled my hand back, but like I didn't want to like let out like a scream or anything. I was just like, ouch. But then I turned away and I was like, all right, back to the job.
Sorry to cut you off, but Ulrich on platform 3 just grinded through a beautiful 292.5 for 3 white lights. That's huge for UTSA, who is, are they in the mix?
They're just outside in 6th place with 14 points. But
doesn't mean they can't get into that top 5, which awards are awarded to the top 5 teams.
That is true. They definitely can get into that top 5, but I've seen today they have a bunch of equipped lifters in this heavier session.
Vincent De La Cerda, maybe Vincente, coming out to 300 kilograms. A huge milestone, 661 pounds.
See how he fares from this 10-kilo jump from his previous attempt.
Molina on platform 1 with a 72.5-pound bench press. This is a red and a chip in training, but since we are in competition, we're going to be using the comp collars. This is a blue. I'm sure she's going to be going north of the red on her next few attempts. And the opener proves me right, I think.
Looks smooth.
Vincent,
see how her jump goes.
With a grind.
A very buttery smooth grind. No stops. And he is hyped after that one.
Jason after him went 305, took a 10-kilo jump, and is going to have to retake it after missing. Do you remember his second? I don't remember his.
I don't remember it, but we'll see how this third goes.
Yeah, 315, 694, just under the 700-pound mark. Nothing to scoff at, absolutely. Takes his time setting up. Spotters and loaders look like they're getting a little hype too.
Come on, Jason. Up, fight it, come on.
Oh my goodness, the knees go forward, he gets under the bar. That was a solid 5-second grind. I'm sure it felt like 5 years to him under the bar, and he gets 3 right lights, coming back from that second miss attempt. That is one of the best feelings in the world, I'm sure.
That was huge. Platforms 2 and 4 are underway with starting benches. Opening with Ian Carrion on platform 2, 110 keys, and Lane Healy on platform 4 opening with 115.
Both above the mythical 102.5 kilogram, which is the
classic
legendary 225-pound bench press. And these are the beginning of the flights, meaning they're the lightest of openers. So we won't see a 90 to 110 kilogram man opening with less than 225. So I just feel like powerlifters can kind of take a smile and a look back like, yeah, we're better than all of you.
Here, platform 3, Clay barking as he makes 317.5 look real good under him. Andrew Lutz up next on platform 3, 335 keys. The squats get heavier, ladies and gents. And trust me when I mean gets heavier, when in 2 more lifters, 376.5 keys.
Yeah. I am aware that 375 is 826. Each half key is about a pound. We're going to call that 830. That is an absurd squat, and I am going to be watching that one.
I can't believe I'm going to watch this live.
Live through a screen.
Oh, yeah. Well, the atmosphere
doesn't make it less
so
cool.
live.
Yeah, that's true. Miles blows up 117.5. He's going to have plenty left.
Andrew Lutz with a controlled descent, 335 up. He's surprised by that.
He's like, wow, that was better than I thought. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Gives a little prayer to the judges. Give me those white lights. They give it to him. He runs off excited into his teammates, who I heard in the crowd the entirety of that lift. Another 335 kilogram squat here. That is 738 pounds. Sam Quinn doing the penguin walk up to the platform.
He's going to need all the cheering from the Raging Cajuns right behind him.
Yep. They got their salt shakers out.
Nice.
A little
steady.
shaky on the walk out, but he seems to settle it in. A little readjustment.
All right, Sam, let's go.
Gets the start command. Takes his breath.
Up.
That was clean. That was clean. That is impressive stuff.
Wow.
After, yeah.
Show him.
I'm surprised the camera didn't get punched there.
Yeah.
After missing his opener of 300 kilograms, 661, he comes back, takes a 10 kilo jump to 310, and then a 25 kilo jump. That is ballsy. And he came out with 2 white lights, really keeping it close.
Very, very close. But hey, you know what? He gets it. We'll give it to him.
Yeah, no, I love it. And what's not close is Xavier to everybody else with a 30 bump from the last lifter. That's a whole 60 to 70 pounds.
That is crazy.
And you can hear it's a BMC lifter. You know they got a ton of equipped out here. This is their session, and this is Xavier's moment. 830 pounds on his back, wiggling into the bar, wedging in.
Come on, Xavier.
Takes his time. 1 to 2 seconds between steps. Very important when you have that much weight on your back. Takes his breath, gets the start command.
Up.
Oh my goodness. That
God.
was insane.
What?
830 pounds.
What?
For a, oh my
What?
goodness. New American record. Not even close. A 3 white light lift. No one can question that. Nobody. That was absurd.
Stick around, guys. After this 10-minute intermission, we will start bench on platform 3.
We have, however, already started bench on platforms 1, 2, and 4. We're getting into the seconds on platform 1 for Sophie. She took a calm 2.5 kg jump. That tells me she probably was not very confident about the opener, but that does not mean she can't come back from it. It's possible. We are in the strictest of judging in the United States, possibly even the world nowadays. They have really bumped up the standards, and the pauses, I have heard a lot of people grumbling.
Oh, yes.
He may light work that. I think he probably has another 7.
7.
After a 7.5
I
kg
agree.
jump from the opener.
Pedro gets 2 out of 3 white lights there. Good attempt there.
Samuel Buckner on platform 4 from Kennesaw State University.
Shout out KSU.
Shout out KSU.
Hometown schools here in Georgia. They've also done a very good job of building up their team.
Absolutely, yeah.
Grinder from Sophie on platform 1. Unfortunately, she doesn't get it. Don't mean to cut you guys off.
No, you're good.
With Samuel Buckner, our Georgia native, making a bit of a grind, a little bit of a struggle.
He got space,
Smooth,
though. He has space, for
Definitely.
sure, to make a 2 to 5. But yeah, as we were saying, KSU, we have from KSU 2 podium contenders in the later weight classes tonight. Kyle White, a 90-kilogram lifter. He's looking to make his mark after a 12th place finish last year into either a first. He would be disappointed with second. I'm certain of it, and I know he'd come back and make it right the year after. And after that, we have a 110-kilogram lifter. Noah Whitman. So, very excited to watch those two. Both of them are podium threats. Both of them are looking to blow up near 700-pound squats, 400-pound benches. So that is extremely exciting. Tune in tonight to watch some of those prime-time marquee lifters make their mark on the Collegiate Nationals platform.
And then one more thing about Kyle. He's recently featured on a King of the Lips podcast. And on there, he stated he's going for the win.
Wait.
So I can't wait to see that.
He was on King of the Lifts? Is that real? I thought
That is
Correct.
real.
That is not a joke.
Come on, Ethan.
Wait, I didn't know it was on King of the Lifts.
Look it up.
Holy smokes, I didn't know I was talking to a celebrity.
Yeah, he's a celebrity.
Yeah. And Riley here retaking her second, getting that assisted lift off, 75 keys. Have a string of missed lifts for these third attempts.
Yeah. So we were just told that there are 450 people listening to us 3 goofballs yap about powerlifting. Thank you all for joining. We're having an incredible time watching these bench presses get blown up, people hitting new PRs, people fighting, jockeying for position, trying to build the subtotal to help their team win the men's equipped and women's raw team rankings.
Now it looks like the streak of missed lift continues, unfortunately, on these third benches. And I guess for those watching here at home, you might be wondering how you can get involved with powerlifting in general. And
you can get involved, UV. You can get involved by going onto the USAPowerlifting.com website, and you can look for a meet closest to you, right? And if you are a student and you want to start a barbell club or a powerlifting club at your school, reach out to USA Powerlifting, and they will help you get started.
Once you've done that and registered for a powerlifting federation and competition, if you're looking to increase your training, then you can look no further than one of our sponsors, Boostcamp. You can elevate your training with the premier powerlifting app for absolutely free. Follow proven programs.
Did you say free?
Yes, free. Proven programs like TSA 9-week approach, the beloved Candido 6-week strength program.
Oh, I love me some Candido.
The Kristen Dunsmore intermediate program, 531, and over 100 new programs that you can use to smash those PRs. So if you're ready for a game-changing trainer app, especially if you're in prep for your very first competition, I would highly suggest Boostcamp. Shout out Boostcamp again for sponsoring this stream.
Thank you, Boostcamp.
And yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to powerlifting and the bench press, as we were discussing earlier in the day, it's a lot more technical and nuanced, I'd say, than the squat and deadlift. You know, a lot more goes into it from a training perspective. Programming is really different as well. And you can already see, like, there are a lot of differences in the way people are executing their bench press. Wide stance, short stance, wide grip, short grip, close grip. We go on.
Right. Feet under you or feet in front of you. It's very, very different. Michael Bednar makes quick work of 150.
Bednar.
Bednar. My bad.
2 whites.
2 whites. Up next on platform 2, Jared Miller.
More
another
KSU.
From KSU,
Yeah.
a Georgia native. Going for 150.
7.5 kg jump from his opener. 331 pounds. I divert my attention to platform 3, Christopher Davidson, lifting right alongside his teammate Tyrone Addison Jr., 140 for the opener, blown up.
Oh my goodness.
308 pounds there.
Are those matching singlets?
They're from the same team, brother, probably.
True.
And Brielle ecstatic as she completes that. And is it a good lift? It is a good lift. Amazing job there.
Little of a struggle from Tyrone there, but that was a 7.5 kg jump. And with the bench press, percentage-wise, that is a hefty jump. He'll probably take a 2, maybe a 5 if he feels confident. There was some technical mishap there.
Now, Jared, one of our good examples of an individual using a closer grip on the bench press. Now, of course,
I'm a close grip advocate nowadays.
Yeah,
I'm a humongous close grip
even
fan.
Ethan with his
pinky ring, baby.
super
pinky
long
ring.
arms, you would think is disadvantageous. It doesn't mean just because you have long arms.
ROM is not everything.
Exactly.
Is what I'll say.
Exactly.
Although ROM is important on my deadlift. Did my mic blow up?
No, you're good.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay. I stopped hearing myself. I was afraid that. Yeah, ROM is not everything. Sometimes you need to be in the most powerful position. Use more of your triceps in that closer grip. And for me personally, it's easier to maintain my center of mass on the chest. When I had a wide grip, a lot of stress on my chest, very difficult to control the bar down to my chest. And ever since moving in, it's felt great. So,
For sure.
all that to say, sumo is not cheating, ladies and gentlemen.
Sumo is not cheating. Low bar is not cheating. Sleeves are not cheating. Arching is not cheating. It's not cheating, all right? Just get better at the sport. And stop coping. I'm kidding. I love all of you, but also partially not. And we have Gabriel here retaking his opener weight for his second attempt.
160.
Platform 1, we're moving on to our second fight of the session. Here's Amy Dawn going on to open with 65 keys. Alexander walking out platform 3, getting set with 152 and a half. Being set to go hover over his chest.
Just to paint the picture for our first flight on platform 1, only 4 successfully made third benches here. And the subtotal picture has already started to settle. A lot of the individuals here settling down near 200 keys. Let's see how this fares in the future with these next flights. Amy, good pause, good press. It does not get easier than that. Now again with the bench press, have you already discussed how there are 3 commands?
No, man, you take it away.
Thank you so much, Ethan. Again, so with the bench press, a reason why it is one of the more technical lifts is because it has 3 commands when it comes to doing it in competition. You have to wait for the start command, the press command, and the rack command. And now the pause that is so characteristic of a powerlifting style bench press, that pause is there to ensure the bar is motionless. So if you see some of our athletes here who may be looking like they're pausing for a while, it is because the center judge has
not paused.
Has not said it's paused. The bar has to be completely motionless, no downwards motion, no wobbling at all.
Maybe a couple years ago at local meets you're able to get away with.
Yeah.
But this is the national stage, the strictest of judging requirements. Ian with 122.5, grinding it out. Beautiful third attempt selection out of him. And if I remember, I spoke too soon, my fault. Looks like there was a blue and a red.
So the blue would be
very contestable. Since 2 judges, decided for 2 different reasons, it's possible that that is overturnable. I'm, hoping that they can go to the jury's table, get it overturned.
A grind from Hayden on platform 4. Fortunately, he couldn't get it up. He does get to walk away with 127 and a half. Here's Marco Grimick on 127 and a half on platform 2. Bit of a grind from him. Fortunately, 127 isn't there today. Here's Jonathan with a strong bench on platform 4. He gets it up, walks away with 3 white lights.
Love to see it.
Here's
And
Haley walks away with 3 white lights with her opener. Solid bench.
Miles in my new favorite A7 pit singlet.
I think it's just you. I think
Okay.
it grew very large.
Here's my personal bias. I have a close friend of mine from high school that goes to pit. There's my explanation. But also, I really like the yellow.
All right, man. Miles is showing a very high arch. 130. Oh, unfortunately, just wasn't there. A no lift from Peyton on platform 3.
3 reds sweeping the screen.
Yep, it's
Except for Alina from Michigan, who hit 3 whites.
now when it comes, well,
I'm Ethan. nice. You're Bryce, right?
and when it comes to the bench press, again, you know, sometimes with the squat and deadlift, you will see very commonly athletes will be able to make set PRs on the platform. But with the bench press, especially for athletes who are cutting weight coming into the meet, there's a lot more at play that could affect some of the decision making there and the success of those rates.
Yeah, body weight is super important when it comes to the bench press. I know this personally. I have jumped a weight class recently, and the bench is feeling better than it ever has. So the combination of losing weight, trying to make weight for a meet for those who train and live a little higher above the weight class, along with having, you know, I know we've said this probably 10 to 15 times at this point, but the judges are incredibly strict.
Correct.
And so that also can take a toll on your top end. And oftentimes you'll see lifters come in, maybe go match their PRs, maybe 2.5 to 5 kilos less, and that is a good day. So nothing to be upset about, not hitting any new PRs on the bench. It is the toughest of the 3, most definitely to hit. Here's Samuel Buckner with a 5 kg jump from the second. That is a crazy grind.
Grind it.
Oh my goodness.
The ultra close grip showing why you need those massive triceps. I'm sure he's doing his push downs in training, but he gets 2 reds, unfortunately.
But he can contest it.
He can contest it, but
Let's see.
2 blues, I believe that means up and downward motion. Here on platform 1, Jenny Hernandez, 80 kilograms.
And again, you know, Sam with that large range of motion, taking that close grip, and Paramatide taking 3 reds there. In that bench shirt, it's just a lot more difficult to execute that movement consistently.
I actually have forgotten to like pay attention to that at all. The bench shirt. That is a super like lift changing piece of equipment. Of course, we know in the squat you get wraps and a squat suit, and in the deadlift you get is a deadlift suit a thing?
A deadlift suit, correct.
But in the bench, that is a humongous part where it's purely just rubber banding your elbows to your chest, helping you in the bottom part of that bench press, which for a lot of people can be the most difficult part.
Right, but again, they have to fight that resistance on the way down as if they're rowing the weight. It can be very difficult at times. And Dominic gets a good lift there.
Kenya also with 3 white lights on her opening bench press.
Here's platform 3's Mario Martinez going for a 170 for his opener. It's going to be 374 pounds.
Look at that quick math out of you, Ben. You probably, are you squatting around that weight? That's the
that's my go-to deadlift warm-up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, that's I'm not good at math. I just have been in all of the rep ranges for all of these numbers, whether it be back downs or top ends. So there are a couple that are iffy, but oftentimes,
Grinder from Duncan. Can he get his right arm?
And that's another one of those picky things with that bench shirt, you know, just fighting that tension and just getting your shoulder in place. But Ashton very happy as he secures his 3rd there.
Here's Eliza up next on platform 1, getting set to bench 80 kilos for her opener. Another one of those self-lift-offs that we were noting earlier.
I love me some self-lift-off. I'm a self-lift-off enjoyer.
And yeah, with the self-lift-off, obviously the eliminated possibility of having somebody else control the beginning of your bench. But some of these lifters, they might need it to sort of keep their shoulder positioning and not waste energy.
It is an energy waste. Well, not a waste, but it is an energy taker for sure.
Yeah.
Height from Alexander. Fiji Rova. That was a guess. Hopefully that was close. I love, bench press, for me at least, and I'm sure for a good amount of people, is kind of an intermission of sorts. You have the big number on the squat. You come in and just, especially us long-armed lifters, we take an intermission on the bench. I love seeing people get off a bench extremely hyped. Because I know yesterday I was handling, and my lifter was using salts for the squat, and he said, no salts, no music for the bench. I'm like, okay, this is,
Nothing.
And part of that is because it's more technical. You have to pay attention to, more things. You have to press with your legs. Your feet have to be in the right spot. Your entire upper body is being worked from your back, your chest, even your biceps stabilizing in the bottom of the hole. You have 3 commands to listen to. It's actually the most mentally stressing of the 3 movements.
Solid bench from Jared Miller. He did take that 5-kilo jump from 150 to 155.
And he got it, and he's hype. I love the hype.
Gotta get hyped after those wins.
Julissa here, back in the all-white A7.
Our white Power Ranger from Houston.
Let's see it, 82.5.
181. I know that one because of the weight class.
You used to weigh 181. I weigh 181. Here's Tyrone about to bench used to be my all-time squat PR.
Yeah.
And Michael here, ready to take 157.5. He is here for his 3rd attempt.
Platform 2, Michael Bednar with 157.5.
Well, Michael, grind it out.
He locks it out. We'll see what the judges have to say about that possible up and down, and it looks like all 3 of them saw it. He will not be able to contest that one, but that's a gym PR. I love me some gym PRs on the platform.
Peyton getting his 165-kilo opener on platform 3, and Hunter getting ready for a 172.5-kilo 3rd attempt on platform 4.
The Gator Olivia Wilson with 70 keys getting set to go for her 2nd attempt.
So on platform 1, if you remember from squats, there was a lifter who was not able to complete a squat. And so that does mean she bombs out and will not be able to register a total. And for many people, you are afforded the opportunity to still complete bench presses and deadlifts, but at the end of the day, your total will say 0 kilograms. And speaking from experience, that can be devastating. After 4 months of prep, years of training, this is powerlifting is more than a sport to me. It's a lifestyle. It seeps into every part of your life, whether it be food, not going out and doing things with your friends because you have to sleep because you have your week 3 squat the next day. It is seriously all-encompassing of a sport, and every single 1,200 of these lifters, I'm sure, put their lives into the sport just for 11 pounds more on a squat, which is crazy. So that lifter bombing out has unfortunately decided to not take a bench press attempt. And I just, again, speaking from experience, I know that can be devastating. And I completely respect that decision. You come in and sometimes you want the outcome, and she didn't get the outcome she wanted. So best of luck to her in the future. Yeah.
Best of luck to her in the future. But let's watch Rachel become her right now with 72.5 keys. Amazing bench. Come on, press, press, press.
Very good effort there. Let's see if the judges will grant that a good lift. It is a good lift. Now, it is likely that we will see most likely a scratched 3rd attempt potentially there. Now, as a lifter, you do have the option to scratch your 3rd attempts if you feel like you've emptied the tank out.
and actually, there is one thing that I've done a couple of times where maybe you've overshot on the 2nd. It is huge in meets that kind of the time between attempts stays the same. So oftentimes what people will do will they will empty the tank on that second, on accident, of course. No one wants to max out on a second attempt. And they don't want to take a third. They know they don't have another 2.5 kg. They want to save some energy for deadlifts. And what they do is they'll put in the 2.5 kg jump so that the flight length stays the exact same. And that is seen as like very respectful towards the other lifters. It also helps, you know, let's say you're in the first of 2 flights. It also helps timing for the later lifters who are doing warm-ups, because I know that is extremely stressful. Back here, we have 1,200 lifters going through in I think 11 or 10 sessions. That is 120 lifters per session. The warm-up room can get packed. So, and especially for this session, it's equipped. And they, you know, they have very specific needs with their knee wraps. They can only have it on for a specific period of time. So, seen as good courtesy. And hopefully that's what that lifter ends up doing. I didn't see who that was. But
Alina getting 3 reds there on her bench. And it looks like it may have been on technique there. Very similar weight selection here, around the 70 to 80 kilo range. Well, actually ranging from 70 to 87.5, rather, for this range of second attempts on this flight. We see on platform 3, Alexander from Midland. Again, that crowd getting very loud. 162.5.
They're calm from Midland standpoints.
Actually, yeah.
The decibels, I'm sure, are still ear-shattering. So,
platform 2.
And actually, they become silent, which also is another bench is full of courtesy, because they want to make sure that he's able to hear his press command. And if they're screaming during that, it can be a little disorienting. And it seems like we've actually had to adjust how loud our announcers are and a couple of the audio levels, and maybe I've had to go and quiet down the crowd to make sure that people are actually able to hear those press commands. Correct. It's a very, very difficult lift to perfect. Going 3 for 3 is actually a feat. Yeah. So our speakers and music were turned down for the bench press, and I'm sure that will not last long. Once we get to the deadlifts, there's one command, and that command is very visual. They're in front of you, so the house will be bumping when we get to the deadlifts.
Kenya here on platform 1 taking her second 2.5 key jump here. Now you'll commonly see smaller jumps. You know, I say that, and then on platform 3 we saw a 15 kilo jump. Kenya fights through that sticking point and gets that bench. Let's see if it's a good lift here.
It's going to be a no lift on platform 2 with Julie Nguyen. Looks like she's cramping up on the back. That's got to be the worst when that happens.
Electrolytes. That was actually a very common thing that happened a year and a half ago at the Georgia Collegiate Cup, where everyone had gotten their gram of caffeine. And that, again, as we spoke last session, that's a diuretic, which means you are going to be dehydrated if you do not stay on top of your sodium, your potassium, magnesium. And if you don't stay on top of that, whether that be through LMNTs, which is what I use, or sometimes even just drinking salt water can help. I've definitely utilized that.
Big salt water enjoyer here.
But the bench is definitely prone to cramping, because all you're doing that entire rep is just building up tightness, building up that arch with your legs. And it can be tough to go out there and know that you have the strength and you're going to miss it on just your back cramping up. So shout out to the lifters. Keep your electrolytes up. Super duper important.
And here again on platform 1, as we mentioned, very similar weight selection. Actually, we'll be seeing 3 identical weight selections here for their second attempt of 87.5 after this 85 kilo bench. But as you'll most likely see, the technique very different all the way from the setup to how they set their hands, to how they set their arch. I mean, very individualized. And I would say there isn't really a right or wrong in terms of how it should look.
I agree.
It's more, are you doing the right things to produce the most force?
And there's so many different things that can account into a lifter's leverages on the bench press. First and foremost, your arm length is extremely important. Oftentimes you'll see that huge benchers aren't going to come out with the most staggering deadlifts because, and it can happen, I'm not.
Right.
But more likely than not, your leverages on that lift are going to have a serious effect, especially on the bench press. The length of your torso can even kind of help how high you can arch. I know that I have a shorter torso, but a couple lifters that I know have long arms, but a long torso, so they are able to get that short ROM.
Bench maxing.
Bench maxing, yeah. So here comes out Ashley Hayes with 87.5 kilograms on platform 1.
And me, oh my, is that a 200-kilogram bench opener?
Gosh,
I see on
Your
platform
eyes do
4.
not deceive you, UV. That is a 200-kilo bench opener for Lawrence Jones on platform 4. But do stick around because it just gets heavier and heavier from there.
Ashley smoking her second attempt there, making 87.5 kilos look like an opener.
Lawrence, oh my goodness.
Well,
that was not a weight. So if you can see it, the chalk on his back is very, very high. That's a pretty common theme here. Where on the squat, you're going to chalk a lot of your back. You want to, the bar needs to be encompassed by that chalk. But on the bench, you almost kind of need the higher part because that's the part that's going to be touching the bench. If you have a very technically proficient bench press, you're going to be on the back of your neck, a lot of pressure on your head, and you don't need your lat area covered in chalk because if it is touching the bench, that's not where most of the force should be pressing into the bench press.
Not at all. And there on platform 3, very good lift there. 172.5 keys for a second attempt.
Jenny Hernandez on platform 1, 87.5. I think the second of our 3 lifters doing that in a row.
Different tech, very high arch here,
Yep.
and very low, much lower touch point.
Elbows well above the shoulders.
Yep.
No elbow depth rule here because that's goofy. And she gets 3 white lights. Yes, sir, Jenny Hernandez.
Mario walking out for 177.5. Platform 3. And another 200 a kilo bench opener. 205 now for Jace on platform 4. And 90 keys there. And Julissa, the white Power Ranger.
Come on, Julissa.
87.5 to cap out this range of second attempts. Let's see it. Another
slides into the bench. I love that. Building the pressure on the back of the neck.
very high arch.
Yeah, this is incredible.
Oh my goodness.
Come on, Julissa.
This is tech maxing. Let's
Tech maxing.
Big rib expansion with the big breath in. A soft touch, a little bit of up and down maybe, but I think maybe 1 red, 2 whites would be my prediction. I was wrong. Looks like the head ref saw it too. But on the left side she didn't, so that's why she got that 1 light.
Ooh,
that's tough. It really depends where that head ref is looking at. They were looking at the left or at the right, but it was a little too obvious that time. But very good attempt. 1 white. You can count that as a gym max. When people ask you what your bench press is, I'm giving that number most definitely.
For sure.
Yeah.
A nice catch from platform 4 after the bar almost slipped out of Jace's hands.
Oh.
Up next is Giovanni Juarez on platform 4, representing Midland with 207.5 for his opener. On platform 3, we have Joshua Rumsey, who clears his second attempt bench. And after him is Alexander Craig, representing Louisiana Tech, onto 182.5 his second attempt. Chloe Beasley on platform 2, getting ready to bench 92.5 keys for her opener. And the Gator Olivia Wilson here to clear 72.5 keys for her. A bit of a grind. Looks like it's going.
That was incredible.
And it's there.
I didn't see any up and down. That is a calm 3 white lights for her opener.
Giovanni rather showing how hard it is to fight that bench shirt. And you can see on the way down, very, very difficult. I feel like soft touching as it is already requires a good amount of bodily awareness, but against a bench shirt,
1 white though.
Rowing it, you only got 1 white because it's the up and down motion. But still, so difficult to get that soft touch as a equipped bench shirt lifter. Man, and here I think we've been seeing a lot of softer touches to this day. I think it might change probably
when
starting,
it's raw, yeah, when raw.
I mean, starting tonight onwards, when we head into the heavier weight classes, we might see more of a sinking fashion. But so far, you're seeing that feather touch style. And Alina here on platform 1.
And Jackson here on platform 3 with 230 kilograms. That's 507. His head comes up, which is legal nowadays.
Legal.
Now legal.
That's been legal for, I think, a year now or something like that. And he gets 3 white lights. That was clean. He's got another 7.5 to 10 kilos in him after a calm 12.5 kilo jump, which to a lot of people could seem large. But this is 500 pounds we're talking about. If you're trying to bench 496, I wouldn't personally want to take a 490 last warm-up.
Yeah.
So these large jumps make sense in the context of this humongous amount of weight being lifted out here.
And now, you know, when it comes to the equipped bench press, again, with that bench shirt, there's like almost a window of sorts when it comes to how you can execute the lift. If the weight is too light, you know, you're not really, it's too light for you to actually row down for you to get to touch the actual bottom of the bench press. But if it's too heavy, while you might be able to go down and hit the bottom of the movement, you're not going to be able to press it. And I think it makes equipped lifting a lot more intricate.
Yeah,
and complicated.
there's just
like
so many things you have to pay attention to.
As much as you might hear a lot of powerlifters joke about, you know, oh, equipped is different because you have assistance. I don't think so. I mean, there's so much more.
Is it actually helping you?
It's not.
At first when it's coming down, because you're actually trying to pull it towards your chest.
I want you to try rowing 500 pounds. Yeah. Yeah. That's enough.
Now pipe down.
Down. Haley getting ready to walk out with a 75 bench as we are moving in to our thirds here for platform 1.
Here's Elizabeth going on with her second on platform 2, getting set to bench 77.5 keys for her second attempt. And Christopher Davidson set to walk out to 157.5 keys. That's right, for his third attempt bench. But it just gets heavier as platform 4 is about to bench 217.5 keys for his opener. It gets heavier, by the way, just so you know.
Just so you know, they have 2 more attempts where they get to go up.
Yeah.
Here's round 217, 480. Head comes up, again, legal. A little bit of a sticking point as the force transfers from the bench shirt back into his arms. I'm sure that's a pretty common sticking point.
Christopher.
And 2 white lights. He gets that. He will be going up.
Getting 3 whites on that third right there. Way to execute. Amazing work. And Abigail retaking this second for a third. You know, talk about redemption lifts. The mentality is always different. Chip on your shoulder. Can she execute here?
Con.
Unfortunately. Looks like may have lost tension at the chest there. And Caitlin, meanwhile, on platform 2, taking 77.5 keys. Okay.
Well,
yeah,
looking like an opener.
Taking 77.5 for a ride is what you meant to say.
Yeah.
Not for an attempt.
Now, I believe Zachary here, this is a raw bench press of 157.5 keys.
Ooh. Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach.
A little bit of a sticking point.
Oh,
Too much. Lots of
fight.
spotters and loaders. Take him to safety.
And that crowd getting loud for the Midland University lifter here on platform 2.
Yep.
While Kenya.
The Midland pop.
Kenya taking another 2.5 key jump for 85 keys. Let's see how the smaller jump fares here. Longer range of motion. High touch. Can she execute?
Wow.
Yes.
She had more.
Definitely.
She most definitely
Very
had
well
more.
done.
Callie on platform 2. The Midland pop came 85 kilograms, and it was just a little too much.
Travis, after missing 160, decides to take that 10-kilo jump on platform 4. Let's see if he gets it.
Yeah, that is, I think, kind of calls back to something that UV was telling us about earlier. Maybe it was just too light. That is a real possibility that can happen in equipped lifting. It's
on the money.
Yeah,
on the money. On the money. Very good call there.
He exploded that. There was no chance that 170 was going to get the better of him.
Platform 1, Julissa, the white Power Ranger here, getting ready to retake the second. Very good touch. Can she execute on the press? And on platform 1, we are closing out our bench press attempts right here with a 90-kilo bench press, pushing into that 200-pound range.
Neighboring that 200-pound range. That's going to be 198 pounds. We're logging on platform 2 is going to be hitting 203 for her second attempt.
Big benches here. Oh my goodness, can she get through it?
Run. Fortunately, she doesn't.
Lindsay pushing.
Come on, Lindsay.
Oh my goodness, she was going to break through the sticking point. Can she get the other? What a fight. What a fight. Let's see if the judges grant this a good lift.
Oh, it looks like a lot of yellow lights.
Looks like that's up and down motion there, most likely on the press.
No motion. Her butt could have gone off the bench.
Well, I don't know if the head ref is going to catch that. The head ref gave blue and yellow.
Yeah, correct.
So, yep.
Sorry, just a little correction. Up and down would be a blue light. So it's possible, as Ben mentioned, loss of contact with the bench there.
Leanne smoking 95 kilograms. She has officially broken into the 200-pound bench presser club. That is an impressive feat to accomplish.
Very, very impressive. Let's see if Ashley can get it here. Up. Unfortunately, it isn't there. Here's our other white Power Ranger that we forgot to mention, Sarah Wilker, on platform 2 with 95 keys. She's set to bench.
This is big. This would be our first, well, on platform 1 actually, Jenny taking 92.5, our guest lifter, still could register our first successful plus 90 kilo bench press on platform 1.
Plus 200 pounds.
Up, come on, Sarah.
Little bit out of reach there.
Maybe a little bit too much was loaded for her. Up next, platform 3, Peyton Middies, going for 175.
Does he have 5 keys in him?
Oh,
yes.
He did. He did. Absolutely.
Keelan.
Grinder from Keelan.
Keelan Donovan breaking into the 400-pound group
Amazing
on his
work.
second attempt. I don't think he has too much more, but I do think he does have another attempt in him, a 2-2-5. And on platform 4, still Jace Pellegrin is going to be retaking 205 kilograms. That's 452 pounds, which is an absurd amount of weight. That's nearing the 4.5 pound plate club, which we are huge enjoyers of.
And we are done with the bench press on platform 1. Thank you all for tuning in. We will be taking a 10-minute intermission before we move on to, I believe, one of the best lifts of the event, the deadlift. So
I'm in full agreement with you
please
there.
come back in and watch the deadlift in about 10 minutes. And we can take a look actually at some of our rankings for the teams so far. And as an update in women's raw, still very close between those top 3, 42, 41, and 40 points.
What are the
Texas
teams?
A&M,
Yeah, there you go.
UTSA and Midland. So still a lot of game left to play, and a lot of these teams have not registered any points yet from some of their athletes, so we might be able to see that move around.
No, absolutely we'll be moving around. I'm sure, actually, I kind of want to look at some of the women's 82.5 projected placings after the subtotals have been registered.
While you look at that, I'm going to pay attention to Lawrence Jones's 210 kilo bench on platform 4. He did ask for a lift off here. Let's see if he gets it. Start commands there. The press, and it flew. We might see 220. We just might see 220.
220
for
would
a
be
third
ridiculous for a third attempt on a bench press. And we are breaking into the 100-plus kilo range here. Monster bench on platform 2 for a second. Isabella with 105.
Come on, Isabella. Here's Mario Martinez on platform 3, getting set with a 182.5 kilo bench for his final bench of the day.
Easy.
A smooth bench from Isabella on platform 2.
Now on platform 3, also a relatively smooth bench, hopefully.
Finally gets it.
I don't know about
Slightly
smooth there,
that.
but 402 pounds. did get the work.
Oh, let's go.
For Mario Martinez.
Very well done.
And a solid bench from Caleb on platform 4 representing UTSA with 210 kilos that he just put back.
2 highlights.
Julie needs this bench press to stay in the meet and stop her from bombing out. 75 keys. Let's see how she does here. Can she make up and execute on this lift to stay in the meet?
This is to stay in the meet, dude. That is horrifying.
She needs this.
Oh!
Come on, Julie. Up, up.
A little too much for her. We'll see if she ends up taking deadlifts, but that is the end of her meet when it comes to registering a total. And again, speaking from personal experience, I know just how tough that can be. So Julie, this is not your last meet. Keep your head up, keep training.
Still got to pull.
Yeah.
Still can set a PR. Joshua taking 187.5 keys on platform 3 for his last deadlift.
A springy bench on platform 4 would be funny.
I missed it. I literally watched him go down, blinked, and I'm like, wait, where'd he go?
Now, on platform 3, we have a massive jump here. Jackson separating himself from the rest of the competition here. 242.5.
Yeah.
Coming up, loaded up for a third attempt bench. You like to see it. You like
Going
to see the
from
guts.
187 to 242. Those spotters and loaders, poor souls.
Poor souls. They have to load up all that weight. Joshua with the controlled descent. Right off his chest.
A healthy pause and a healthy lockout. That was very clean out of Joshua. He knows he has it. Get off the stage. You did a great job. And there, you can stay on the stage. You can celebrate. I meant get off because you knew you had it. That was clean. But now on platform 3, Jackson, Mobile.
Ridiculous. And again, I believe his teammate getting ready.
Oh, wow. The Javelinas.
Getting ready to bench, or just did bench, I believe.
He just missed 220.
Just missed 220.
Hopefully, Jackson is able to hit this. I don't know where the Javelinas are in the equip standings. Yubi, do you have that on the top of your head?
This is Texas A&M.
Kingsville.
Kingsville. Thank you for that question.
Wow.
Let me check.
Amazing bench from
Wow.
Jackson, though.
Dude.
He had so much
Bro
left.
had 300 on the day. From judging from that, that was incredible. So, my screen just changed, but Mobile looks like he is currently projected for first place in. This can't be right. This says he weighed 85.8 kilograms. He just benched 535. Sorry?
535 at sub 85.
It says, okay.
At sub 90?
So he's an 82.
No, he's a 90, 85.8
But
kilograms.
he could have been an 82.
He could do a calm gut cut.
Little gut
Yeah,
cut
sure.
85.8, and it looks like he's projected for first. He just got done benching 242.5, squatting 733, and his deadlift opener is nothing to scoff at 275.
And on platform 2, heading into the final of our thirds, as we see some of the top 10 women and securing their own placements here in the 82 kilo division. And one thing to note here is
Yeah,
that
I just pulled up the standings as well. It looks like Isabella has separated herself a little bit in the
Correct.
subtotal. She has a 487.5 kilogram forecasted total. What is the qualifying total, UV? I think you had that off the top of your head
the
somewhere.
qualifying total is 492.5 keys.
And that is no deadlift jumps and no bench jumps. So hitting the qualifying total after a second bench and a deadlift opener is pretty impressive stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. And then afterwards, we have Sarah Wiltshire with 467.5 and Logan Frappoli with 452.5. And then very closely following her is Caitlin Corpus and Chloe Beasley. So these top 5 women, the podium threats are pretty close. You know, there's a lot left to go. Hopefully our deadlifters will come out and strides, make some big jumps and come back. But that is definitely something to take note of.
Oh my goodness.
Logan is back in the running with that 92.5 key bench.
There are those Midland horns. Oh yeah, very well said and observed by Bryce here. But this feels like the World Cup with all this. Was it vuvuzelas?
Vuvuzelas.
I just need to make sure I'm saying that right. But that's a perfect way to describe it. I actually feel like I'm about to watch like a Brazil versus Argentina match right now with how much noise is going on. But a little more exciting is actually powerlifting. So.
You said World Cup, and it took me a minute to realize it was soccer.
Oh no. We are so out of touch, but we are so in touch with powerlifting as Travis Menchaca is about to bench. He just did bench 175. That was flew out of his hands.
Yeah, he could have thrown that one into the ceiling, honestly. 3 white lights. He knew it. He walked off the stage. Didn't even have to see it. Very confident in that. After missing his opener, coming back and taking healthy jumps on the second and third will always impress me, equipped or not. That will always kind of, you know.
To have that much confidence,
yeah,
for sure.
That you're just gonna go out, ball, and execute, like that's tough. That's dog mentality right there.
Vincent on platform 3 is getting set to open with 160 on his bench.
And Sarah Wilcher, our Power Ranger on platform 2, is in second place right now. This would be a huge 7.5 kg, a little too much for her. With that 7.5 kg, that would have put her way closer to coming up on Isabella Steiner, who currently has a 20 kg lead. A 12 kg lead is a lot easier to pull. And Sarah is a deadlifter compared to Isabella, opening with 192.5. Man, the women's will be insanely exciting.
Very insanely
yeah, they're
exciting.
very tightly packed. And I only mentioned the top 5. But going down to 9th is 420. Like, they're within striking distance of that podium. Like, a deadlift missed and a deadlift hit could really, like, mess up these rankings.
For sure. A lot of these 82s we're seeing here are longer armed, so could be indicative of some big pulls.
Yeah, Sarah Wilcher in second place. Only 2 for 6 right now. A little ambitious on her seconds and thirds. And it looks like she took a 7.5 kg jump on the bench and a 12.5 kg jump on the squat. Maybe if a 7 or a 5 was taken and that was hit, she would be right on Isabella Steiner's tail.
And Sarah also opening up the highest, I believe.
The deadlifter,
192. It's always the puller.
And
hey, honestly,
don't talk like that. And Chloe Beasley also in 5th place benching right now with a 5 kilo jump. 5 kilos can be aggressive on these sub 100 kg bench presses. That is a large percentage of the bench press.
Sure.
So let's see if she's able to pull it out.
An amazing grind from Keelan on platform 4. He gets it up. How do the judges like it?
Looks like Chloe was able to do
3 white lights with Keelan. That was an impressive bench by him. Here's Valeria of the Aggies getting set to bench 102.5. No easy feat here, as it is
226, bigger than most gym bros.
True.
kind of a monstrous.
No.
Kind
it's
of
not
big,
correct.
yeah.
It's like wait, is it 226?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
What?
100's 220, 226.
Valeria here.
Tillman Hartner here with 419 pounds. Looks like he locked it out. I'm not sure about those elbows.
Valeria fighting and unable to get.
They do give it to him, Tillman, on platform 4.
They do. The head judge was convinced. And I know sometimes that can just be how you're built. Like sometimes people are unable to lock out those elbows.
Correct.
Doesn't matter. The lift is completed.
Now I believe you can approach the judges and demonstrate that you can't fully lock out your elbows if that's physically limiting. Although, again, the best way to get that start command is to ensure you can lock out your elbows.
Here on platform 4, Jace Pellegrin of the Raging Cajuns. He absolutely needs this 205 bench to stay in the meet and submit a qualifying total.
Jace on platform 4 with the necessary third attempt to stay in the meet.
Come on, Jace.
A long pause, and he blew it up. Oh, my goodness.
Very well done. And now Isabella missing that third bench, but really
3
only
white lights to stay in the meet. Sorry to cut you off.
No worries,
that is
no
a
worries.
huge bench press and a huge person to keep in the meet for your team.
And we conclude with the bench press on platform 2. And as we wrap up, we are seeing, I was just going to say there, Isabella missing her third bench, but only leaving 2.5 keys on the table. Still ahead of the pack there. But we could see it switch around when we get to deadlifts. That is the beauty of the sport.
Very much so. Platforms 3 and 4 are still roaring with bench as Caleb is set to come out to his bar of 215.
And while we have this slight intermission here, I want to talk about the men's equipped collegiate 90s placings. Here in first place, we have Jackson Maubil, and these totals that I'm about to mention are forecasted, which means assuming everybody only hits their deadlift opener, which obviously some people take bigger jumps, some people can miss, but Jackson Maubil is forecasted 850 kilograms at 85.8, a little gut cut away from 82.5 and touching what is the best 82.5 of all time. Russell Voorhees 860 total on his deadlift opener. So, although equipped and although a weight class above very slightly, that is some impressive stuff. And he has completely separated himself from the pack as a Texas A&M. I think it was the Texas A&M Javelinas. He is 70 kilograms above Peyton Middies, who's in second place with 780, and he is 27.5 kilograms above Drew Griffin, who has 752. So the men's 90, it looks like we're going to have a first place lifter as long as he's able to register a total. But after that, it gets really close with a ton of people hovering around the 700s to the mid-low 700s. And I'm sure the deadlifts will bump us into those mid to high 700s. So very exciting there.
Very much so. Here's Mitchell Rees blowing up 220, a previous miss, but finally gets it.
And in contrast to the 90s, first place is most definitely not decided yet. Lawrence Jones has a bit of a lead with a bench press still to go between him and Giovanni. There is, it looks like, a 22 kilogram difference between those two. And after that, third place is only 12 behind Giovanni. That is Roan Galvin. Top 3 there will be extremely interesting.
And deadlifts here on platform 1
is set to be underway.
Yeah, you can tell deadlift started as the crowd bumps up in noise. The music gets louder.
It sounds like there is several trains heading towards me at this minute. I mean,
Lawrence Jones cannot get 220 past the sticking point. He is, I believe, our lifter, not comfortably, but marginally ahead in the men's equipped 100. Yeah. So his forecasted total has actually now dropped to 872 with that missed 10 kg jump. So now he only has a 12 instead of a 22. That battle is looking way more interesting. However, he is the bigger deadlifter between him and Giovanni. Possibly bigger jumps can maybe separate, but a missed lift is possible for sure.
Jason here, opening with 225 kilos. Can he touch his chest with the weight?
Press.
And he's able to get it.
Very smooth and fast opener from Jason. Midland is cheering on Giovanni for his 227.5 kilo bench. And it flies.
Oh my goodness.
What?
The landmark.
501. Got the work.
501.
Giovanni needed that, especially because of how close of a battle he is with Lawrence Jones for that first place spot and trying to keep Roan Galvin off his tail.
And we see that third attempt being made an opener here on platform 3 by Xavier here. 227.5 kilo bench press.
With all the peace and love, Xavier has all but wrapped up the men's 110 kilo class. He is 120 kilos above second place in forecasted total.
Oh man, that is very comfortable lead.
Yep, I guess that's what happens whenever you squat 830 and open with 501 on a bench press. tends to happen. Following your favorite placings tend to treat you pretty nicely. After that, second place is really a toss-up between Jason, Micaiah, Sam, and Andrew. So those will be extremely exciting to watch play out. As we get into deadlifts, I will be bringing these names up more as placings will shuffle, and we'll see kind of how things are going to align. However, Emily Ferguson here on platform 1 with 132.5 kilograms. 290, got the work, yes sir. She's gonna make calm jump. She knows it too. She's gonna make a jump into the 300s, I'm sure.
Here's Joseph Mabe on platform 3. Getting set to bench 130 keys. Oh, bit of a sticking point.
Don't matter.
All good though.
Yeah.
See how the judges give it. 3 white lights, excellent bench. Here's Caleb Polanco Pinto going for the 235 key bench on platform 4.
It's 518.
Up.
Wow.
Whoa.
Almost rested it on the chest. Very uncharacteristic of equipped lifters, and 3 white lights.
And on platform 1, smooth deadlifting so far. All of these openers being very well executed. I do expect to see some movement in the rankings as these deadlifts add significant amounts to subtotals. And you know,
It's not a subtotal anymore. They add a significant amount to the totals.
The total, correction. Thank you, Ethan.
Got you.
But yeah, you'll see with the deadlift, typically a lot larger in terms of jumps between attempts. And we'll see how that plays out with Brielle getting a good lift there.
It is not over until Gino screams. That is what they say in the USAPL.
Is that what they say in the USAPL?
Is that what you say, Ethan?
Allegedly.
When he
Allegedly,
screams behind you?
Yeah. It's not over until the third deadlift is dropped and medals are given. So, although it looks like we have some favorites here, nobody is safe, to be honest.
For sure.
We know, specifically in the 82.5 kilogram women's, Isabella is not as much of a deadlifter as Sarah, who is on her tail, only 25 kilos behind on the forecasted totals. Lauren Harper with 145. A little wobble at the top. You can see it in her face. She's a little upset. Judges might give it to her, and they do. 2-1.
And Chase getting ready for a 145 bench press here for a second on platform 3. Setting up his arch.
Here comes Sophie on platform 1, getting set for her opener 147.5.
30 kilogram jump for Chase Cameron on platform 3. That's a monster. It looks like he's struggling to bring it to his chest, and it looks like the technique was a bit too difficult for him there. Maybe the weight was too heavy. It didn't look like it. Looked like he could have pushed it up at any moment, but once he got to the bottom, maybe out of position. I'm sure it's fixable. 30 kilos is aggressive, though.
Very aggressive. But like you said, with the bench shirts, it adds so much. So once he like fine-tunes that that technique, that detail, whatever it is, he finds that fix, I'm sure it'll just blow up on that third attempt.
Yeah, his handler for sure will implement a fix, I'm sure.
Sophia, oh, sorry.
No, you got it, big dog. You got it.
I was just amazed at how fast that
I know,
opener was.
336 got absolutely smoked. She's confident about that one, walking off. Massive slay. She will be loading much higher than that by the time she hits her third.
Vincent here, 165. Very nice press. Very well done.
Yeah,
probably right in the middle there.
Yeah, some interesting motion on the chest. Looks like the judges give him 3 white lights.
Granted the 3 white lights. Melina here, 160 conventional. Very well executed. Now again, to address sometimes what people will think is the idea that sumo is cheating. Well, first of all, we've already established that it's definitely harder, but you'll see here a lot of athletes are still pulling conventional, and we'll have a good mix of both styles. Ultimately comes down to strength here, as we see. Meanwhile, on the bench press, platform 3, Mark Anthony pushing for 167.5. Unable to get that good press. Riley setting up for 127.5 keys. In conventional.
Conventional indeed.
Great wedge. Great pull off the floor.
Great pull with lots of room left.
Talk about a perfect attempt selection for a second attempt. Now Brett taking 172.5 keys here on platform 3. Takes it down slowly. Good pause.
An amazing bench. What?
That was fast.
I want to see 185.
185 would be spectacular. I think might be there. Who knows?
Definitely is. Here's Morgan going for a 127.5 for her pull.
Oh, wow. What a beautiful pull. Very technique.
Very beautiful.
Pull
If
there.
Ethan was here, he would have loved the technique.
Very well executed. Wrapping up with the bench here on platform 3 with these second attempts. Taking a look at what we have next, and oh my, we have some big numbers coming up later on in the flight as Clay hits 175 rather. Will he get a good lift? He does.
It is a great lift for Clay. Here's Samantha Brown going for 137.5 for her deadlift on platform 1. Once again, beautiful attempt selection there. Lots of room left in the tank. Moving on, platform 3, Sam Quinn coming out for his 180 bench. He's going to get set under there. Looks like, can't wait for this bench to fly. Start command given. Very soft touch.
Wow.
Crazy.
Crazy press there. And on platform 1, Jacqueline smokes 140 as well. Very nice second attempt selection there. And we are about to start with deadlifts on platform 2 for those tuning in. The deadlifts will be beginning very shortly here. We're going to be seeing a lot of competitors here across the 82.5 women's raw categories and the equipped men's 90 to 100 and 110 as well. And again, Emily taking 142.
That was good, 142.
Very well done.
Here's Ricardo on platform 3 of Sam Houston State University. He's going for 180 kilos for his second attempt. See how it goes.
Can he press this?
Press with ease. That's going to be 3 white lights. Olivia Chu going for 142.5. Bit slow on the way up, but a solid lockout.
Very well done. And, you know, with the sumo deadlift as well especially, you're going to see a lot slower movement and speed of the bar off the floor just because it's that much harder to break the ground. So don't be scared if some of these attempts look a little slow off the floor. A lot of our athletes are already used to that and know it's well within their reach.
Just got to keep on pulling.
Platform 3, big 190 kilo bench there from a UTSA athlete. Walking it off. I think he knows.
Erica for a speedy 145. That almost looked like an opener. I'm not going to lie.
For sure. And platform 2 has commenced lifting with Marco taking 75 keys. Getting that lift. Looks like he's just trying to register that total that he wants to be here. And that may be it for Marco, I believe. Thank you for at least coming out and competing. And if you are injured,
thank you.
Wish you the best.
Marco. Here's Brielle with the orange A7. 147.5 keys. Getting set. Come on. Ooh.
Unable to break the floor there. And Andrew unable to completely lock out that weight at 190 keys.
It's tough to see, but he can definitely do it again.
Tommy here taking 195 kilos for his opener conventional.
Come on, Tommy.
Very well done.
Very easy. The horns are almost deafening in here on platform 3. Here's Micah going for 215 on platform 3 with Midland right behind him.
Lauren here. Lauren taking 155 on platform 1, breaking into the mid 300s. Okay, that was ridiculously fast. Could have been an
Way too
opener.
fast for a second attempt. Can't wait to see her load up something crazy for a third.
And man, our spotters are moving at pretty quick speed, trying to load all the weight on the bench press here on platform 3. Love to see the urgency. You know, they're trying their best to be on top of it.
Here's Ian on platform 2, getting ready for a 210 deadlift. It's going to be 462. Representing the University of Texas at Austin.
Very well done there.
Nice deadlift from Ian on platform 2, and even greater deadlift from Sophie on platform 1.
Jason breaking into the 500s here. 232.5 kilo bench press. Let's see how he does on platform 3.
Come on, Jason.
Trying to get that touch there. Gets the press command. Can he lock it out?
Very
Yes,
fast.
can.
Nice.
Very well done.
Here's platform 1's Sophia getting set to do 165 for her second attempt deadlift. And Michael Bednar on platform 2 with 215 for his choice of opener.
Sophia, solid deadlift there. And, you know, again, as seen in earlier sessions, some of these deadlifts, the jumps in between the first, second, and third, it can really vary for the lifter. But I think on average what you'll see is that these second attempts look really easy for a lot of our lifters. Or it could be that they're just feeling very strong on the day. As you said before, as that taper hits.
Yeah, when the taper truly hits. And speaking of strong, here's Xavier on platform 3 getting set to bench 232.5.
Can he hit this?
Crazy.
Yup.
Yup.
Very well done there.
Wonderfully executed. A fast deadlift from Gabriel from Auburn.
And now
Looks like on platform 4, deadlifts are underway shortly.
we are on to third attempts on platform 1 for the first flight. The energy is going to be shifting. I'm looking at the third attempts right now. We have a good range of weight loaded up. Let's see what our athletes have in store. A lot of these looking to get in on that 400 kilo total range.
Seems to be some confusion from Pedro on platform 2 as he didn't know which way to face for the deadlift. Here he goes. A fast opener of 222.5. Solid deadlift from him. A good grinder from Riley, letting her complete 130. And a grinder from Joseph on platform 3.
Just a little too much.
Fortunate to see. A little bit of rhymes going on over here.
Oh, wow. The platform 1 is already on third deadlifts. They are sprinting through far ahead of the other platforms. And that is something that, as a handler, you have to pay attention to. Your platform, you could be warming up with someone on platform 4. It doesn't matter. Your platform is going on in 3 minutes. You need to get your warm-ups in.
Yeah, you definitely have to pay attention as a handler and as an athlete.
Yep.
And make sure that you have enough time. Here the Bearcats with Morgan, 135 for her final choice of deadlift for the day. See how she does it.
297, basically 300. Got the work.
Nice.
I'd say 300 was more than there. Incredible, brilliant stuff out of Morgan. 2 white lights.
Great job for the day, Morgan.
Not sure what that red would have been. I thought that was one of the most beautifully executed lifts. Hopefully just a typo by the ref. Hunter slamming down 217. One thing that I've gotten caught for a little is actually pushing the weight into the floor as you drop it down if you get a little too hype. A lot of our lifters, I didn't get reds for it, but I did get a comment from the head judge saying, hey, we will give you reds if you do that again. It can be hype after a deadlift, you know, picking up some of the heaviest weight you ever have in competition on your 1.2 grams of caffeine after hitting salts, but you still have to have the mental fortitude to wait for the down command, follow the bar to the floor, you cannot let go of it, and you are not allowed to slam it into the ground. That's all for lifter safety. That's where a lot of the rules come from. That's why there's rack commands on both the squat and bench. That's why there's rack commands on deadlift. That's why up and down commands exist. Have you, I've seen a couple instances where there's been some wobble, some up and down on deadlift. Lifters try to fight through it, but their balance has kind of left. And I've seen at Ronat some pretty gruesome injuries occur.
Ooh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So there is a lot of lifter safety rules, which sometimes can feel frustrating. Like, why can't I slam the bar into the ground? What happens if it bounces up, falls on your foot, and you break your toe? So just something to pay attention to.
Right.
Tyrone Addison with an easy 220 opener, slamming the bar.
Slamming bar, I think a judge is definitely going to say or make a comment about it.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Hopefully he doesn't do it again.
And Mark Anthony Gonzalez with one of the craziest bench grinders I've ever seen. His left was essentially locked out while his right was still touching his chest. I guess there was some up and down. He did lock it out. That's a gym lift if I've ever seen one. One that I'm going to go tell my friends about, most definitely. Still hit his opener, still in the meet.
Here's Emily going for 147.
Wow.
Solid deadlift from her. She's proud of that.
Yeah, very happy with that one. What a great feeling after hitting a third deadlift. That was hard, and you don't even have to wait for the lights. You knew that you hit that. The confidence.
Confidence to just not even turn back to look at the screen.
Just do your sellies. Initiate the selly.
Here's Miles going for 240 for his first attempt. It's a grinder for Vincent on platform 3. He
Shaking
gets it up
his
though.
head on the bench. That's tough.
He knows. He knows.
Oh, Miles made late work at 240. Another blink it and you'll miss it moment. I'm sure he's going to make an aggressive jump. 260 is most definitely in range for the second attempt.
A grinder for Erica. She needs it. Oh. Just not enough. So close though. Georgia local Samuel Buckner from KSU is getting set to pull 230 for his opener. We don't see this often. The rolling start.
I think the reason you don't see that often is the level of finicky raises. It's possible if you're a little more hype, you roll it in a little faster. That can throw off your center of mass. Your velocity is kind of tracking backwards at that point. Some people like the roll because as you lift the bar off the floor, your center of mass will pitch forward a little bit, very naturally, as more, your shoulders are in front of your hips oftentimes, which is going to be the main driver of force. So that rollback, I can see the advantage. I think it's probably not worth the consistency gains that you get from a static hold or a static start, but hey, to each their own. He hit the lift.
Yeah, exactly. To each their own. A speedy deadlift from Jonathan from UPIT on platform 4. Olivia unfortunately doesn't make 150. A good fight though. And here's Ricardo with a 2.5 key jump, a small jump on platform 3. Let's see if
here
he
for
can
the
inch
402.
that out. Come on, up, up.
Clean.
Very good attempt selection there. Sophie getting set for 165 for her final pull of the day. With Tommy also getting set with his second attempt with 205 on platform 2.
Very clean. Lots of deadlifts getting completed. I'm seeing a lot of green when I look at LiftingCast. That is, not always the case when it comes. I've definitely seen some meets where the board's looking 50% red, but for a national meet with the strictest of judges, some insanely strict standards, I'm seeing a lot of green, to be honest, in these openers.
Lots of green and very good consistency. Oh, Sophie could not get the lift on her final attempt. She can overturn. Let's see if she does. A fast lockout from Gabriel. He brought the sunglasses back out. 242.5. Okay, Gabriel. Okay.
Bro knows he's tough. Ian Carrion with 217, a small 7.5 kg jump. Not small, but a healthy.
Healthy 7.5. Here's Sam Quinn on platform 3, going for 187.5 for his final bench of the day.
Have we mentioned baby powder and the effect that it plays?
We have not yet.
Okay. As I look to my left, it looks as if something is burning, something's on fire, but really all that it is, it's not smoke, it's baby powder. And what baby powder often is useful for is when you get near the lockout of your deadlift, start sticking to your quads, especially our big squatters I know have that issue with gigantic quads. And basically it reduces the friction between the bar and your legs, allowing for an easier lockout. That is not chalk. I know that
is not chalk. You know,
Yeah.
when I was walking back there earlier, I thought my sole was deteriorated, like it was gone.
Yeah.
But I checked my feet. Nope, my soles are still there. It's just like the ground is covered in baby powder. Here's Sophia with a very good 175. Even her and her coach are so excited for that. We'd love to see that connection.
Post-lift sellies are one of the best feelings in the world. I've had a lot of experiences with it from a handler standpoint. I had 2 lifters go yesterday, and doing that like after hitting a big third, that's so much fun.
So much fun. It's very much needed.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Melina, 175, a 2.5 kg jump.
Come on, Melina.
Feet touching as she
Lifts. Come on, pull it through. You're almost there.
oh, and a tilt to the side.
Ooh.
One of the downsides of that extremely close stance is that side-to-side balance can be a little difficult. You don't have a big base, and so the center of mass has to be a little bit more exact as you lift the weight, especially near the lockout.
Melina's gonna wrap up flight, the first flight of second session. We're on to our second session with Jalissa, our white Power Ranger, about to walk out and do her opener.
If I remember
140.
correctly, is our second place candidate right now. Sorry, I am not remembering correctly. It is the other Power Ranger.
The other Power Ranger, Sarah, who is our second place candidate.
Yeah, Julissa, not to be laughed at, 12th place. She does have the possibility to score, I think. Oh, sorry. I lied.
Not yet, unless she goes for a very, very heavy pull that's just out of her reach.
Yeah.
She could score 2 points for her team.
Very pretty.
Very
Confident
good deadlift.
308. 2 reds for Lane on his second. It looks like different calls, so it's possible to go to the jury table and say, which one was it? You know, you would have get 2 whites.
Right.
That would be the arguing point I would use. I've never actually went to a jury and tried to overturn a lift, so I don't know exactly what the...
Not yet. Ooh. So on platform 3, the subtotal between who was
Sorry,
it?
I think it's Giovanni and Roan, or... Sorry, no, Jason and Micaiah, the 110 collegiate equipped
5
men's.
kilos apart.
Yeah, 802.5 and 787.5. Sorry, I'm actually illiterate. That looks like 15.
It is 15. No.
These are forecasted
it's gonna
totals
be,
we're looking at.
It's forecasted, but it's good. The battle's between Micaiah and Sam, actually.
Yeah.
787 and 782. That forecasted 3rd and 4th place. Here's Jason coming for his 237.5 bench.
Wow. Look at that touch.
Great bench. Ooh. There goes that J pattern.
And again, for those of you watching the stream, if you actually want to catch up and look at the rankings for yourselves, you can open up LiftingCast is it liftingcast.org? LiftingCast.com.
I'm looking at
whatever
some
it is.
local hosts on my computer here.
But go to liftingcast.com. It's the first link you find on Google, and you can open up USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals Day 3. It will have each and every platform there so you yourself can see exactly what's on the board here and look at the numbers and keep up with the pacing. Would highly advise it if you're unable. And here, Promathai taking his second attempt at his opener weight. Can he?
Oh, a little bit up and down.
Up
He's going to
and
have to take
down.
that for a third. He has battled adversity all day with the opening squat. He was unable to take his opening squat
Correct.
due to the knee wraps being on for far too long after dealing with the previous lifter's difficulties with loading the weight.
Correct.
And now, after 2 missed deadlifts, he's going to have to come back and dial in. So a bit of turbulence for him. But I'm sure he can come back and get it. It looked like strength is there. He just needs to make the technical change.
For sure. going on right now, the bigger sessions, and we appreciate your patience here. And here we have on platform 3, Alexander opening at the 227.5, 501.
With no patience, he smokes 501.
Now, when it comes to opener selection, sometimes the simplest way I've heard it described is that it should be a weight that you can hit if you are asked to just get out of bed and hit it.
Huh. Really?
And you know what?
I should try that.
Valid. I should try it. Yeah, we should try it. But definitely look at like the weight selection here has been very easy for these openers. Julia, our white Power Ranger, 150 here. Does she have 5 more keys in the tank?
Come on.
She does. That's there. Yes, sir.
Very well done.
She's excited about that one.
Yes.
150 is a milestone.
Congratulations there for 17.5 on the day.
Hayden with a heavy 280. See how they'll give it.
Wow,
3
3
white
whites.
lights.
Let's go.
Platform 2, heading into our heavier weights here for our 82.5 division, opening around that 150 mark. And again, looking a little forward, I do see 190
As an opener.
for multiple athletes there today.
That's absurd.
Where will we end up? Only time will show us, but still absurd.
There's Mario with 235. Real easy for him.
Joseph Garza, 215. Nice little fancy little movement there. Smokes 215. Absolute smoke show.
Just stands up with
Yeah.
the bar.
That's all you got to do.
Just stand up, bro.
Just stand up. Just like how Isabella stood up on platform 2. 3 white lights of her opener.
Chloe Beasley, I believe, is in platform contention. That's a name that I...
Correct.
She is in 6th right now. It looks like she's in the middle of the pack for deadlifters, so she might need some aggressive jumps, might need someone to miss, but she is most definitely going to need to make this look easy so that she's able to load something for her 3rd to get her into the podium. Oh, goodness, did she convince me.
Oh. That was so fast.
I am convinced.
But again,
That's
I mean,
a podium threat.
3rd, 4th, and 5th place here on platform 2, all within 2.5 keys.
Oh, gosh.
I believe on forecasted total.
On forecasted total, it's 10 kg. Oh.
On 3, 4, and 5.
2 through. Wow, everyone is 2.5 kg apart from each other.
So very,
From
very
2 through
close.
6. Yeah, Chloe could easily just find herself high podium.
Exactly, yeah.
If some of these higher ranked individuals start to miss deadlifts, but
Here's Zach Weekland going for 255. Solid opening for him.
Zach Stronglin smoking
Zach
5.
Stronglin, you snatched that out. Waiting for someone to make that.
It was low-hanging fruit, man. I had to.
Yeah. Lindsay, 167.5 keys. Is she able to finish the
with
lift?
the shoulders back. That's tough to do whenever your knees are locked out and all you have left is your glutes and lower back erectors just trying to finish the lift for you. That's not easy.
Amazing.
Oftentimes your center of mass is going to be on your toes
100%.
and you're just like praying that you're able to
Not
lean
easy
back
at
with
all.
it. Travis, a little bit of a technical mishap there at the top.
Valeria, easy opener. Looks like she has a lot more to go.
For sure. Alexander Craig getting set up on platform 3 with 255, his opener, as Keelan marches out for 235 for his opener as well. Fast opener from Alex on platform 3.
Haley here getting ready to take her 3rd of 167.5 keys. Some big weight being thrown around here. And Haley's
got a strong support system.
yeah.
Yeah,
I can,
there are some screamers in the crowd, which I love and appreciate, for real.
oh.
Yeah,
Nice,
wow.
Smiling at the top.
She made her support group very
That
happy
was
with that one.
ridiculously easy. 7.5, man, she probably had another couple of kilos there for sure.
Oh my God, yeah.
But maybe looking to just secure a total. And that leaves her with 412.5 kilos on the day. Congratulations, Haley.
I could be mistaken, but did you say the qualifying total was 492, or is that for Raw Open?
That is for Raw Open.
Okay, gotcha. What's the QT for
the junior QT?
No, not junior, collegiate. I'm curious what the collegiate is. I want to see just how much these people are demolishing. I could look it up.
The only collegiate QT I know off the top of my head is the 90 kilo QT.
Me too. I know the 82.5 Raw men's QT.
Don't ask.
6'10", but you know the Raw men's is already over because we are with the Raw women's. Olivia
Exactly.
Wilson, 170 kilos, looking real easy for her. Just slips.
The number's 332.5, by the way.
Yeah, ridiculous. Out of the water, pretty much.
Yeah.
Ashley taking a 10-kilo jump here. The confidence.
After missing the opener, taking a 5 into the 10, that's risky, taking a bigger jump between your second and third, as Ben and I talked about earlier.
But I believe maybe she's just too strong.
Well, I mean,
a lot stronger than anticipated.
Something that you see after missing an opener. You want to take that conservative second. So most likely this is between her second and third attempts. Her top end might be a little higher. So I would actually expect this to get the business, if I'm going to be honest. Especially after watching how easy the second moved. But being conservative is...
Come on, Ashley.
Come on. Oh, yeah. Let's see if she gets the down command here.
Very confident lockout. I love to see it. That's the easiest two right lights those judges have ever given in their lives.
Very well done. What an amazing job there. And a great day for Ashley. 425 as a total at the end of the day. Okay, we're heading into some very high numbers here in Platform 4. 272.5 kilos for Rowan as his opener.
Yeah, Rowan is currently in second place on forecasted. He's going to need some crazy jumps to catch up to Lawrence, who is only 12 kg ahead of him. However, Lawrence... I must have missed something.
Oh, well, Zach's deadlift was so fast that when it flew up, he might have popped his finger.
Oh.
He was checking his finger as he was walking off the platform. After Zach on platform 3, we have Peyton Middies of Midland University. He's about to pull 287 halves.
Logan, currently projected in third, smokes 192.5. The White Power Rangers are out here representing with their A7 singlets, looking as tough as ever.
And then we did mention that Sarah is going to need a big deadlift here.
Sarah
Wilker, platform 2.
Yeah.
White Power Ranger.
Yeah, who is currently in fourth. So 2 A7 all-white singlets in the top 5. That's pretty an interesting little tidbit right there. And that is still a close battle between 2 through 6, all separated by about 20 keys right now on the forecasted.
Leanne couldn't break the floor with 165.
Now Kenya here walking out, hometown favorite, 182.5 kilos. This will take her into, I believe, 10th place.
Wow, clean.
Very well done.
Yes. Kenya currently projected in 430.
Oh my goodness. Very excited.
Doing great today.
There are still deadlifts to be had.
Lawrence Jones to open with 320 kilos.
Yeah, Lawrence Jones currently in first place, but he does have 2 other lifters nipping at his heels. Currently, Lawrence Jones has an 872.5 forecasted total if you were to hit this. Roan and Giovanni both at 862.5 and 860.5. This is not over till it's over. The top 3 is not messing around. The 100 kg class, the closest of the 4 that we're currently watching.
For sure. Lawrence Jones cannot miss at all here.
A little bit of difficulty, and he needs some big jumps. He seems upset about it.
And Amy here getting that third on platform 1. And the noise from the crowd is just
We've
Man.
gone into duck calls, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Atlanta.
Oh,
Atlanta.
When I was walking around earlier, and I think I can kind of hear it right now, some guy had a bucket and some sticks, and he was just banging on it.
Beating on that
That's
bucket.
definitely him.
That's so tough.
That's definitely him.
with the duck call.
Yes, all of it. It's all just one person.
It's all one person. All that noise you guys are hearing, it is all one person. But the cheers behind mid lane and Alexander and his 242.5, that is an entire team. And he just stands up with it.
Easy third there on platform 1, and we're almost done here with our deadlifts for this flight on platform 1.
UTSA's Intermission makes quick 227
Our last deadlift here, 185 for Rachel on platform 1. Pulling last is always a pleasure. Can she wrap it up?
This is the last deadlift of the flight.
Exactly. Come on, let's see it, Rachel. In the unique
407
Adidas custom singlet. What a fast pull off the floor. Can she tuck her pelvis and lock it out?
Come on.
A little too much for her. She will end the day in 18th place out of, I'm actually not sure. I'd need to double check, but quite a bit of people.
And that wraps it up, ladies and gentlemen, for platform 1. Great day of lifting so far. Thank you to all our competitors. Thank you to our sponsors. And thank you all for watching. If you want to look at some more lifting, please tune into the rest of our platforms. And currently we still trying to get through some technical difficulties on platform 2. But platform 3 and 4 are well and alive. As Holden,
250, 25 kg jump, locks it out. Probably going to take a smaller one to the third.
What did I just say here? No lift there.
Probably going to retake 250 for the third.
Valeria's deadlift on platform 2 got 3 white lights. Moving on to Caitlin. Caitlin with 190 for her second attempt.
His. Nice, calm, gentle set down. He is certain to take another large jump after that one. Here on platform 3, Andre needs this to stay in the meet. If not, he still has another attempt.
And unfortunately, if you are looking at platform 2 right now, they just lost the camera feed there. It's minor technical difficulty, but they're actively working to get it back up. So do not worry. We will try our best to give you the play-by-play on platform 2. And that being said, we have Isabella up next on platform 2, taking a 195 kilo opener. Some of our heaviest, or rather 195 kilo second attempt. One of our heaviest attempts so far. And I see some more 200 kilo deadlifts coming up on platform 2.
As all of that is going on platform 4, we have Caleb of UTSA getting set to take 250 for a ride. And here's Alex making quick work of 265 on platform 3.
6-plate date, baby. Yes, sir.
Platform 2, Isabella's 195 was made quick work. It is now Elizabeth's turn with 200 keys for her second attempt.
Drew Griffin on platform 3 with 267.5. That is 590 pounds. Quick wedge in. Flew off the floor. A little bit of slowness at the lockout. Didn't seem like anything he's not able to overcome 5 more kilos of. So I would expect a similar jump going to 272.5, which is 601 pounds.
Giovanni here.
Giovanni is, I believe, a podium threat for the men's 100 kg. Bombing out would be a huge hit to Midland standings. A good pull from my view. And a good pull from the judge's view as well.
And we are back on platform 2 here, just in time for a big 202.5 kilo pull
from Logan, and it looks like we lose it again.
No, unable to get that.
She is currently in 5th, and 6th place would need a 10 kilo jump. It looks like 6th place made a 15 kilo jump. Sorry, these are projecteds. I'm not going to do the math in my head, but
still all very
close.
All very close right now.
These athletes have been working so much harder than us.
Hey, yo.
I don't know. I'm working pretty hard.
They're working so much harder than us. And here's
Sarah
taking the
Sarah.
American record attempt.
Oh my goodness.
That easy?
Okay, the all-white A7 singlet has confirmed raw powers.
Yeah.
They are.
It's confirmed to make you a deadlift specialist.
She currently has a strong case for the 2nd place finish, followed very closely by Caitlin Corpez with the same forecasted total. However, Sarah does get to put in a 3rd deadlift, so if she pulls, she will likely, if everyone hits their 3rds, she'll be winning. And then also closely followed by Chloe Beasley, 465, exactly tied with Logan, who had just missed and is going to retake. Wow, every single one of these placings are decided by less than 10 kilos. That's insane.
Jackson just broke the American total record for the 90 kilo equipped class.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Jackson.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. What was the total?
850 is what it's at right now.
Oh, man, oh, man.
Oh, me, oh, my.
He was the one who benched 535 at 85.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, with absurd strength like that comes absurd records like the 82.5 equipped.
Well said. 290 here on platform 4.
275 is a bit of a struggle for Zach.
Bit too much. 20 kilos is a gigantic percentage of those 600-pound. You tend to see 20 kilo jumps in the 800 range. 20 kilos, I think, is a little aggressive at the 600 range. Proved.
Then again, I mean, session 1.
Session 1 did.
We saw a 30 kilo jump.
Yeah. I mean, we saw 105 kilo jump.
Yeah. And awards will follow for this session on platform 3 once lifting has concluded.
Zach Fowler with 295 exploded off the floor.
Dang, that
He's
was
going to
fast.
touch something that starts with a 3. I'm almost certain of it. There is no doubt on that one.
Mitchell unable to get 295 there. Very good fight. Now, again, with these larger calls, you cannot go back down in weight after you've registered that as an attempt. So let's see what happens here. It's either a match or he goes up.
Midland is gathering all of their energy and sending it to Peyton for his 295 second attempt on platform 3, while a world record attempt is being attempted with Lawrence Jones on platform 4 with 327
Oh my.
kilos.
And now the energy has shifted. Everything is getting more tense here. Seems like the entire Midland crowd is gathering.
He's currently in 2nd place, trying to keep Drew Griffin and Joshua Rumsey off his tail.
Isabella here also on platform 2, looking to widen the gap between her and the rest of the 82s. Can she clinch this? Unable to.
Lawrence Jones, yes.
Needs this deadlift in order to hold off everyone else and for him to take 1st place. He needs to perform perfectly with this 2nd deadlift and his 3rd attempt. He needs this 327.
Oh,
Clean
my
out of Lawrence.
goodness.
Not too much left, and he does have Rowan and Giovanni nipping at his heels, under 10 kg away from him. They are going.
Oh,
Lawrence
crown me. Crown me.
Lawrence
Hitting the Perkins
I don't know.
celebration.
They still have 3rds to go,
I
and
know.
Rowan and Giovanni are sitting and staring, waiting for Lawrence Jones. 327. It was solid. He does not have a huge jump left. There's going to be some jockeying for position. I'm certain of it. Some 3rd attempt changes, which always will put hairs up on my arm staring at the LiftingCast.
And on platform 3.
Sorry, no, platform 2, Chloe Beasley 180. She's
Big
currently
pull.
in 4th place on projected.
This will.
And everyone is so close. I think if she misses. Yeah. And so if Caitlin were to miss, Chloe would win on body weight. So she's hoping to hit this, match the total, see Caitlin miss, and she would take away a 3rd place.
Let's see it, Caitlin.
Come on, Chloe.
Oh my, a little too much.
Unfortunate there. Holden trying to finish that 3rd pull here with 250.
Does he get it?
Unfortunately not.
Looks like Callie on platform 2 went from 165, jumped 12 and missed it. Another 5 kg, hoping to get into 8th place.
Making that top 10 break very important here. Let's
Especially
see.
for the Midland team
Oh,
who
yeah.
is fighting everyone on every list.
And Joseph,
Joseph makes great work of 245 for his 3rd attempt.
all Midland lifters right now. This is as good of a moment as any. Another Midland.
And another one. And another
And
one.
another one.
Here comes Callie, 182.5.
Let's go, Callie.
402.
Can she lock in? Come on, big wedge.
Come on, Callie.
Oh my goodness.
Pull it.
Oh,
A little up and down.
Oh.
I'm sure that's probably going to get 3 reds.
But that's
However,
gym
that was
PR.
an insane.
PR.
that was ridiculous. And Alex
fighting for 255. He finally gets the down command.
holding on for his life, and he's jumping with joy.
Show us.
Looking at the camera, show us your excitement, young man. Amazing work.
Says the college man to the college.
Says the college man to the college man. Hey, it's an expression, you know. It's
Come on, man.
Platform 4, we're seeing some attempt changes on the deadlift. Remember, this is the 100 kg men's class. Lawrence Jones, Roan, and Giovanni are neck and neck, with Giovanni pulling first, hoping to push everyone else a little past their limits.
Valeria needs this pull. Up.
Come on, Valeria.
Oh, loses.
Valeria
Grip there.
Sanchez with that will go from a 6th projected, and it looks like she will end up in about 7th place after that.
Now, Caitlin here next up. Looking most likely will secure 3rd place here if she hits this 3rd
Unless
deadlift.
Logan is able to, actually, yes, you're correct. I'm sorry. If she misses this, Logan could pull to a 2.5. I don't know what their body weights were. It looks like Caitlin came in lighter, so I think Logan will just be pulling for herself, not for a position. So Caitlin here can solidify a win. I think if she misses it, also still going to solidify a win, but
For sure.
doesn't make it any less entertaining because this is 195 pounds, 195 kilos, 430
Correct.
pounds.
Coming all the way from San Diego State University, all the way to College Park, Georgia, to make this crazy PR.
Oh,
Caitlin.
my goodness.
Let's go.
Beautiful pull there.
Anyone hoping for her to miss so they could jockey for position was doing it all for naught. That was incredible. She finishes with an 8 for 9 day. She missed her 2nd squat, said, I don't care, went up, hit her 3rd. That's, I'm calling it an 8.5 out of 9 day.
Now, Logan going to take this.
Yep, Logan currently in
Deadlift.
4th place. I think she did a 12 kg jump. She's currently in 5th. If she were to pull this, get into 4th, a little bit more points for the University of Kentucky.
Come on,
She,
Logan.
she did miss this on strength. Let's see if her handlers were able to hype her up enough and she can dial in.
Big pull here.
Needs this.
A little too much for Logan. She finishes right now in 5th place.
207.5 loading on the bar. This is an American Collegiate Deadlift record attempt.
This is Isabella Steiner, who currently is in 1st place. Yep, she's just doing this for fun. She's already secured the win nobody pulling after her is going to go ahead of her total. So she's coming out here, going to ball out. If she misses, going to go home and be like, oh, whatever. I won.
I'll go rep this next block.
I won 7 for 9. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's often what happens with collegiates. You have no data because in 4 months you can see 50 kilos of progress.
Exactly.
So Isabella coming out here doing a victory lap, 207.5. That is 457 or 458.
Platform 4, you see the energy shifting. And knowing that this is a record attempt, looking at the weights coming up, the next 2 deadlifts will also be records. We have Sarah and Elizabeth ready to pull something humongous. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Letting the crowd know. Not only was that a record, not only is she winning this class, but she has so much more in the tank.
Sarah Wiltshire.
Ridiculous.
Also solidified in 2nd place, coming out here just to maybe get her own record of the day.
Let's see, 210 here.
Come on, Sarah.
This will secure her. I believe 2nd is already locked.
Yep, that is correct.
But the white Power Ranger must pull 210 here.
Must pull 210 and take the American record home with her.
Yup.
A little too much for Sarah. However, still an incredible day. To 2nd place. Like,
still big.
Out of, I think it was 36 lifters in your weight class. That is some crazy stuff.
Now Elizabeth here, 12.5 kilo jump. Very big jump here. Will
Elizabeth would be jumping from 8th place into 6th if she hits this, along with an American record. This is an enormous deadlift for her. Going from 8th to 6th is very dramatic.
And this is to cap off this platform's deadlifts for this session.
She's currently 7 for 8.
And looks like on platform 4, Giovanni there.
Giovanni was not able to finish the deadlift.
Hopefully he's all right.
So that leaves for the 100 kilogram men's.
Joshua here, platform 3, started to take from you, Ethan, but he is trying to pull into a podium spot.
Come on, Josh.
Oh, unfortunate. Rowan with an attempt change, down 2.5 keys.
I'm sorry, Yubi.
Oh, yeah.
Easy American record from Elizabeth on platform 2.
Oh, my goodness.
She's so excited about that.
So it looks like Rowan has
nearly
essentially given up.
suplexed her handler there.
Sorry, how big of a jump did he
Here
take?
are the current ranking or the standings for the Raw women's class. Is Texas A&M with 42 points, UTSA with 41 points, Midland with 40 points. That is 1 point difference between Texas A&M and UTSA, and UTSA and Midland.
By the way, in 6th place, the home school of Georgia Tech with 18 points,
go, Tech.
carried by Juliet Hartman's 3rd place.
Only 6 lifters,
Lilia
too,
Bingham's, Lilia Bingham's 8th place, and a bunch of other very talented,
Larry, 285, platform 3, repping UTSA. Easy lift.
So Rowan here just trying to solidify his 2nd place. It looks like Mitchell could.
Come on, Rowan. Oh, the bar slips out of his hand. So close.
And we have now
on platform. Yeah, Zach Fowler on platform 3. If he had made weight, he is now currently I think. Oh, sorry. If he hadn't bombed on bench press, he would be in 3rd place. He did make weight. Sorry for that, catching the mistake there. He would be in 3rd place. However, you don't register a total if you don't hit a bench press. So that is equipped lifting for you.
There's a grinder on platform 4 with Tillman
begging for a down command. I don't think they ever gave it to him. That's probably going to be 3 reds. Zach Fowler with 310, just doing it for fun, keeping the good spirits.
And following Zach will be another monster pull.
Well, up on platform 4 is Mitchell Reese. He's currently in 4th. And if he were to hit this deadlift, it would push him into 2nd place.
Massive
in the 100
swing
kg.
here.
Huge for the Javelinas.
And Here we have it, an American-equipped collegiate deadlift record attempt, 338.
By Midland's
Peyton.
Peyton Middies.
My man.
Midland is so hyped for this.
Mitchell blows it up off the floor. Cannot lock it out. That would have been a crazy swing.
Definitely would have been ridiculous.
A bunch of missed deadlifts from the men's 100 trying to get up near that Lawrence Jones 880 area. But it seems as if totals were decided after seconds.
Now Peyton here, locked for second, but can he get this last pull for his flight on this platform?
Yeah, 338. He's just out here to...
Are we going to talk about this
Wait, 40
kilo
Yeah,
jump?
this is a YOLO pull if I've seen it, or maybe he's got it in his bag.
Come
Does he
on.
have it?
Gonna break it.
Oh,
Bit
glued
much.
to the floor. Good attempt there. Great day for him so far. Locking in second place.
Lawrence Jones at this point just doing or did he already lift 330? No, a world
he's not.
record attempt
He's
for
walking out for a
Lawrence
world
Jones.
record.
In the 100 kg class, he's gotten first place. He's taking a victory lap here with 727 pounds after a 2.5 kg jump. It seems like I think he was just jockeying for a position earlier on with second through fourth, and is now just going to take home a world record. And I think this is probably going to get absolutely slaughtered.
Come on, Lawrence. Up.
And he proved me right. Yes, sir. Freedom hold. Spotters and loaders clapping. Gino with a
Let's
fist
go.
in the air. And you can put your crown on, young man.
Crown him.
You deserve it, Lawrence. Congratulations.
That was a very exhilarating 100 kg men's.
And here are the current equipment standings with Midland in first with 48 points, Texas A&M in second with 41 points, trailing far behind is BMC with 24 points, but that is subject to change as Lawrence Jones just won his weight class.
Yeah,
in
that
the
is
equipped
12
division.
entire points.
Yep.
Huge jump from second, which is 9. That is a dramatic jump.
And we are moving on to our final round of, final flight of deadlifts rather, here on platform 3. Looking at our heavier lifters here, we have Ricardo opening with 220 for his deadlift.
Speedy opener from Ricardo representing Sam Houston State. Next up is Sam Quinn, part of the Raging Cajuns, getting set with his 225 opening.
I can't tell if our lives get easier or harder when we move from 4 platforms to 1, because it goes from a bit too much content to
just one.
now we can just yap about whatever as we watch all these 110 kg men take their very calm openers.
Okay, that was very fast.
And after following this session, session 3 will be the men's raw 90 kilos as well as the men's raw 100 kilos. Those are going to be
Very excited.
lifts.
Yeah, we have
To name a few, Josh Hall in the 100 kg is going to put up his ticket for best overall men's, I think in the high 800s,
Correct.
followed by Grayson Duggar and Chidera Nwosu in the
Nwosu,
low
big
830s.
squat.
Those are 2 local Georgia lifters and a bunch of other 100 kg men's that are going to blow up 800.
For sure.
And not to be outdone, in the 90 kg men's class, we know that we got Seth Dasuki, a longtime Midland CNATS lifter. We got Kyle White, Kennesaw State, representing Georgia. We have Evan Ross, Mini Hulk.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many people that I can name, all going to blow up 800. And just to remind you, I competed in the 90 kg class, and last year, 795 won. 795 kilograms won the 90 kilo class.
That
I think
is-
795 will not get you top 10 this year.
No.
Every single year, the standards are raised by a lot. I believe Ben Luan last year took a 300 kg squat. That will be seconds for many people. Kyle White coming in with 310.
Yeah.
That will be blown up. And moreover, in the 100 kg class, Josh Hall just setting new standards for that class too. I think 843 was the best total by Taylor Castile. 870s and 880s are in his future.
880s are now there.
And Taylor Castile, a squatter, 313, set the record. Josh Hall, not as much of a squatter. He's a deadlifter. He's going to blow up 313, I think.
Needless to say, a lot of very impressive lifting coming our way in this evening session. So definitely fuel up for those, especially tuning in, who are in the venue maybe. Take a break, fuel up. But again,
go get some Chick-fil-A.
Go get some Chick-fil-A.
I know I am.
Yeah, Ethan will be heading over just a couple of steps.
If you want to come over and tell me how trash I am at commentating, I'll be at the Chick-fil-A line in a couple of minutes. So
I might join you, Ethan.
Excuse me. But Lucas here.
With the singlet, blowing up 245.
Now, these openers are all going to move very easily. But I think it'll be interesting to see how these next few attempts. Oh, well, most of these openers are within the high 200s, mid 200s ranges, but I do see a 312.5 kilo opener for none other than Xavier. Man, I can't even be surprised anymore.
He's shocked us so much already. 323 was his biggest deadlift last year. Let's see how much more he can add on this year. Jason Stimling making great work of 250. Up next is Clay Fant of Louisiana Tech with 250 as well.
While we're still in the openers, before we get into the placings on thirds, I just want to shout out the top 5 in each weight class that is completed. In the 82.5, Isabella Steiner came away with a very dominant 512.5 kilos, followed by 472.5 given by Sarah Wilcher, our white Power Ranger. After that, a close battle with Caitlin Corpus with 470, only 2.5 separate them. Chloe Beasley, a 12.5 kg drop from 470 with 457.5, and then Logan with 452.5. And then also followed closely in 6th place, 450. So the podium was a tough thing to achieve this year. Congratulations to all of those 82.5 kg women. That is some impressive lifting. I know that when I was an 82.5 kg, I was doing some of the numbers that they were. So it's very fun to watch. Then I'll run through this one quick, but the men's 90, Jackson Maubil, 862.5. That's insane. And then next is Peyton Mitty, 787.5. Drew Griffin was 747.5. Joshua was 742.5. And Larry was 725. Basically, the story here is, does Jackson Maubil have a top end on bench? I'm not sure if the answer is yes on that.
I'm not sure either, because every time he benched, it just flew.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I just, no harsh way or no mean way to say this, but like, I just want to see him struggle just a little bit for the bench. Like, I don't want to see a sub RP6 bench anymore.
Yeah. And then, real quick, in the men's 100s, Lawrence Jones, 882. Rowan Galvin, 862. Giovanni Juarez, 860.5. Mitchell Reese, 840. And Jace Pellegrin, 827.5. That was also a very competitive weight class. Very fun to watch up until the last deadlift, where Lawrence Jones smoked a world record.
Pretty much. Came away with it. And just a note here, on platform 3, while we're seeing our athletes take their openers, Sam Quinn here has scratched the remainder of his attempts here.
I think he was injured. He took 225, and it looked very easy. I don't think he had a belt. I think he looked very raw, if that makes sense. So I wonder if he's dealing with an injury from earlier in the day. It looks like his previous attempts took 335 after missing 300 on his opener. So he went 300, 310, 335. It's possible that there was some residual pain there. I'm not sure what's going on, but 225 didn't look hard, and he's a 800-pound squatter.
Massive total regardless.
Yeah.
747 on the day. So very well done there. And oh, what a big opener here. 287.5 keys as an opener on platform 3 as we are beginning to wrap up these first deadlifts. yet again, another Midland athlete, and the volume level does not go down. They are, I don't know how they do it. It's, yeah, see, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, there it is again. I think they're listening to us at this point.
I'm going to get anxiety now with the horns.
Well, there's more to come as they are in every session, it seems.
Oh, my
Lord.
goodness. Oh,
Clean.
yeah.
He'll be touching threes
Like
today,
a
most
Steph
definitely.
Curry three-pointer, he hit it and just walked away. That's he knew.
Here is Xavier beating his
Opening with the
own total
record.
record with
Yeah,
his
what
opener.
a guy. 930 on the forecasted total is, jeez.
Insane. Last year he set the record for 918. Now he's going to go beat it again with 930.
On the opener.
Yeah.
312.5. A calm 688 to 690.
In that prong belt. Sets his hook. Oh, I guess that's his
Yeah,
mix.
nice try. Sex is mixed. And I'm sure this is going to get the absolute business. Hung out. So actually last year it says he hit a 323 kg deadlift. So opening with 312 and it moving like that, I would say the
Very
top
impressive.
end has grown just a little bit.
Worked on his craft. Insane deadlift top end potential for today. Let's see where he sits.
I'm going to keep an eye on the LiftingCast to see what he ends up putting in for a second and what that would make
sure.
his forecasted total look like.
While Ethan does that, Brett steps out for the Raging Cajun. Being a 15 kilo increase for a second attempt, 215. Solid deadlift from Brett. Very white lights. Up next, representing Sam Houston State University's Ricardo, going for 230 kilos for his second attempt.
Ricardo here.
Looks like Xavier is going to chip his previous record set last year at 323 with a 323.5 on the second, and I'm sure the top end is well above that.
We'll see what is there.
It is most definitely there.
Yeah.
Ricardo, 230, 10 kg jump into the 500s, and into the clean second attempt.
Very nice there.
Yes, sir. Adam Hedrick, a 12 kg jump from his opener. Started at 507, ending at, sorry, not ending at, but coming into 535. Tennessee, not too far. Probably drove. Could have driven this morning if he wanted to.
Yeah. Very possible.
But most likely what happened is, since the venue location was so purposefully and beautifully picked out right by the airport, he most definitely could have flown in. And if he did, even if he didn't, there's a ton of hotels around here.
Yeah.
Directly at the Marriott and a bunch of other places to stay. So very beautiful consideration and a very beautiful second attempt by Adam Hedrick.
Andrew here, getting ready to attempt 242.5 kilos. University of North Texas.
He's currently in fourth, by the way. This is someone to watch out for to jump into that top 3 area in the men's 110.
And that's considering he missed two
Nah,
of his benches.
yeah, sorry. Missed 2 benches.
He absolutely blew up that second attempt. Listen, he might have to jockey for that podium position.
It's looking like he's most likely going to have to fight off others. I think he's about 37 kilos away from Micaiah Loop, who's currently in third. But never say never. Micaiah can start missing. Andrew can take some, probably not 30 kgs in one jump. Or in one
I mean,
jump.
we've seen it before. Hey, don't doubt him.
Yeah. Ulrich with 255. He is currently in 8th place. And hitting this will leave him in 8th place, trying to defend off the 9th and 10th placers.
Deadlift from Ulrich there.
Lucas up next here, taking the 10-kilo jump. Big 255 pull in the Oregon green. Very quick pull, very quick setup. Wonderfully done.
Easy second attempt.
And I wonder what he'll have on his top end. Another 10 kilos.
20 maybe.
50.
We can start putting bets on the top ends.
All right, over under on top end.
100.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it before.
Seen it once.
Here's Clay with a 7.5 kg jump from his opener, going from 551 to 568. And some chance in the background. I think these are the Barkers, so I think we can expect that at the third. But right now,
There,
just some
oh
chance.
my goodness. That
Very civilized.
moved extremely quick.
Yeah.
Really.
7.5 kilo jump was nothing.
I was about to say the same thing. Oh, I think he has a 7.5.
Oh, I think he does. I mean, but that jump was very, very doable. Now, Mark Anthony here needs to secure this.
So, actually, oh, yes, sorry. Mark Anthony does need to secure this to stay in the meet. He misses opener. I was looking at the current total, which said 0, so I thought he had bombed out earlier. But he just needs to stay away from bombing out right now by hitting this deadlift.
Mark Anthony.
A little too much. He's really going to have to dial in, because the hardest part of the conventional sometimes can be at that lockout.
Correct.
Yep. And so he will need, he has the weight of the world on his back. Because I think he currently, I'd actually have to check the standings. Mark Anthony forecasted, well, LiftingCast, when you don't have an attempt in,
Yeah.
and you've missed both, says you're forecasted 0.
It does.
So I'm going to wait for the attempt to come in, but I'll see what place he would be put into.
It's again 262.5.
Yeah.
9th place would be the forecasted.
So
Come on, Jason.
Lock it out. Oh, bar drifts in front of him ever so slightly. And man, I mean, that
fixable.
is a very, very much a technical thing. But when that happens on the sumo deadlift, it is so hard to recover at all. I mean, if you do, it's pretty much sheer muscle at that point. Don't want that to happen, for sure.
Joseph to step out for Louisiana Tech. 270 kilos for his attempt. That is me 595 pounds.
Let's see how he does here. That is the bar.
There's the mark.
Marking the war chance.
The war chance.
The war chance, rather. And looks like he gets the down command. Will it be a good lift? Oh, yes.
Joseph currently in 13th place. Or sorry, with that, brings himself into 13th place.
And we are heading into the final of our second deadlifts here in this flight. We have a 270 pull, followed by another close 272.5 kilo pull, followed by 297.5, followed by a big jump to possibly a record. Most definitely a record.
Oh, most definitely a record.
Oh, very fast for Chase. You know, deadlifting in glasses is no easy feat. I must say. I'm surprised they're not falling off of his face.
I deadlift with over-the-head earphones or over-the-ear earphones,
That is a death
headphones. Fortunately, they've survived so far, but I have had times where they fly off my head, and I know that. Fortunately, it's not a problem during the lift. It's only after when the work has been done, so I'm sure it's not too much of a distraction. He just wants to look tough on the platform, which he has succeeded in.
He has succeeded.
Vincent.
And Vincent able to hold it. Very well done. Now, our last two deadlifts, as close to 300 keys as you can get, pretty much. 297.5. Wonder, based on how this moves, wonder what he will take for his third attempt. Regardless of what that choice is, it looks like he will secure 3rd place.
There, the horns. Come on, Micaiah.
Or actually, it is dependent on Jason. If Jason misses his 3rd pull and Micaiah makes this one, he could pull into 2nd, and
he would need a 10 kg jump after this, and for Jason to miss his
good.
2nd.
I think he's good for it.
I think he's got another 10.
I think he's good for it.
Load up 307. Pray for the best.
Exactly. And we have sigh. Another. Come on, man. Another American record attempt.
Let's save our excitement for the 3rd one.
Can't adrenaline dump here. But let's see how fast this moves. Let's see how many kilos you can add on to this.
Yeah, you want to make over-under predictions? We have to do it to the half kilo.
To the half kilo. Let's see. All right, judging off
We're saying it right now based on how fast it moves.
And in the background, you can hear the drum of the Midland. Are they Viking?
Wow.
Oh, sorry, this is BMC. Wow, I actually just counted.
Yeah, I did.
Wow, man.
Yeah, BMC's hanging up there, though.
Yeah, for sure.
BMC is hanging up there. They're going to move up in those rankings for sure.
To break his own American record by half a kilo.
Why? Why is that so easy
So
to
if I had to predict
7.5.
that would be his triple PR. 7.5. I'm gonna take the over on that easily.
Yeah,
you think
over.
so?
Yeah.
3rd.
I
He's
think
guaranteed
I'm
first.
gonna set the line at 11, and you guys can take the over and under. On
11 is the okay.
Yeah.
11.
Oh.
You're gonna set the line. Okay, over. I want. I'm so confident about this. It's over.
UV, how do you feel? That's a good line.
11
You
is
know
a
what they're
very
thinking.
good line. You got me stumped.
You have to take the under, unfortunately, because
I
Ben
will
did,
take
and we
the
need some
under,
little
yes.
competition here. Because, unfortunately, there's
Under.
no competition between Xavier and first place. He's had that locked up since opening bench press.
Now, sorry to interrupt, but Micaiah, not 307, 312.5. Very interesting choice there, because I believe, again, if he successfully pulls that number, or has he been, it will pull him into 2nd, or is he already guaranteed 2nd? No, he is tied for 2nd right now on body weight.
Great fight from Brett. They finally gave him the down bend. It is a good lift. Congratulations on the new PR.
UV, I hate to eat my words. He put in a 6.5 jump.
All right. Where's my money? No, not to doubt his capabilities at all.
I think he has 11. But
100%. I think he just wants to go off on a
2nd place
doable
is
note.
behind him by, so he's at 940. 2nd place is at 797. I don't think he really wants to push the top end. I think he probably just wants to end the day 9 for 9.
330
you know.
is a good number.
Yeah, I agree.
Ricardo here, all smiles. Very well selected there. Oh, pointing at the guns.
Wait, he did this?
Yeah.
No.
That's
I
ice
think
in the
either
veins.
he pointed at the guns or he's pointing at the logo of his T-shirt.
Oh.
Yeah,
Shouting
everyone's here
out
for their
to his
team.
Logo, yeah. Cold celebration.
Yeah.
I need to see more celebrations like that, man. Come on.
I've prepped cellies, but I've not hit any lifts to do I've not hit any lifts to do cellies after.
not been having success with my lips.
You didn't hit any lifts, but I didn't even qualify to show these sellies.
Here we go, Andrew, 250 here. Big
big
lift.
slack ball.
Oh,
Beautiful wedge. That's gorgeous.
Nice.
UNT in chalk on the singlet. He knows that he smoked that. Yes,
Let's
sir.
go. Love to see it. You can tell
Can't
he's
even
worked hard.
believe his own strength.
Very well done. Congratulations there. And I believe good meet day for him so far. 7 of 9.
Yeah.
Deads and squats.
Overextended a little on the bench. Doesn't matter. That'll still leave him in 4th. However, it looks like Clay Font could jump into 4th if he hits his 3rd deadlift. And that is a big ask, I think, a 17 kg jump from a 2nd, but
Hey, I guess we'll just see. I mean,
yeah, he's going to be praying someone kicks Clay's kneecaps
Yeah.
in between attempts. But Adam Hedrick, 12 kg, jumps between the first, second, and third. That was clean. He's off.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh!
Home run, Sally. We love that.
Adam Hedrick with a calm 625 kg total at the end of the day, 16th place. And it looks like someone could pull in front of him. I'm not going to figure out who that is, but yeah, 16th for him.
Mark Anthony.
Yeah, pulling to stay
this.
alive for a 702.5 kg total, a large increase from the miss 0 kg total. This would put him in the 9th place.
Come on, lock it out.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh.
No.
Just a little slip there on that overhand
Up
grip.
until it seems like he had a rough day overall. Maybe something went wrong with his cut or his peak. He ends the day 2 for 9, putting up 277.5 kg on the squat, which is 611, and 162.5 on the bench, which is 358. Anybody and their mother would be impressed with that. So
Now, the pressure is on for Jason. He needs to hit this to get over into that 812.5 kilo range. And if he hits this and Micaiah does not hit his third, the placings will switch. So let's see it, Jason. Can he lock it out?
You need it. Oh, it's
a little too much for
little
Jason.
Too much.
He's in 3rd place after that pull with 797.5 kg.
And I believe Jason does weigh more than Micaiah, who is 4 kilos under.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right, Micaiah.
But still, a podium finish.
Yeah, very impressive.
Nothing to be disappointed in right there.
Where does
And
Jason go to school? I am looking
Northeastern, I believe.
Yep, that is true.
265 here, again on the bar.
And just a reminder, you can ask. Actually, I believe it's automatically done for all thirds, but everyone's dipping their hands in a ton of chalk, whether that be liquid or block chalk. The bar is going to get some residual after each attempt, so the spotters and loaders very courteously wiping off that bar to make sure that you can get the best handle on it as you can.
Believe they are doing it just regardless. And can he hit this deadlift to have a perfect 9 for 9 day and slide into 7th place here?
Yes. For UTSA, where are they placed? 5th, 6th.
Correct. But still.
So every point matters here.
come on.
Oh.
Wow.
There.
I think, call me crazy. I think they're going to give it to him 2-1. Okay.
Ah, you're
Well,
crazy.
Hey, just saying, maybe it's a little coke, but if you had baby powder there, it
Nah,
would've been
that's
3
not a
wet
coke.
legs.
That's a gym PR. That is,
No, that was an incredible fight.
yep. Can't be mad with that.
Lucas Kensel, gosh, I'll never get over how sick the
Big
Oregon
jump
jerseys are.
here.
Are we sure these Oregon jerseys aren't Nike?
Oh, they are
They
Nike.
are Nike.
Oh, they actually are Nike.
They are actually
Yeah,
Nike,
but-
yeah.
Oh, I thought A7
How do
made
we
them.
buy these? Well, I mean,
Well,
A7 makes great looking singlets.
Yeah,
as well.
for sure. But I think is Nike entering the singlet game?
For Oregon. Because it's the CEO of Oregon or someone.
I think so. Yeah.
I'm a little stupid. I don't know. But 595 here for Lucas.
Oh.
Absolutely ripped that off the floor.
What is in the
Oh.
tank for Lucas?
Sorry?
I wonder what was in the tank for Lucas.
I think
on that
595
day.
was good. He had a little wobble at the
A
end
little
there.
wobble.
So on the screen, you can see that the current total record was set by Christopher Vickery of 920, which was in 2013. And then what is Xavier?
Xavier is
Total?
at 940 right now with 946.5.
Cleared.
If you were.
Crazy.
No diff right there.
You said it was
Insanely
920?
Yeah,
Yeah.
920
And
was
last year
previous.
he hit 919 or
10.
something.
Yeah, 919. He was so close.
Very
last year.
close.
Wow. That's a 2013.
Yeah, it must
And
be.
we talk about how the 90s and 100s have been just progressing year to year. That guy
Still,
must
you
have
never
been an
know.
absolute phenom in
Yeah.
2013 to have a record. So that's one of the things I love about powerlifting. Now that it's getting larger, there's a ton of more genetically gifted, and people are getting smarter about their training and starting younger, and it's reaching
For sure.
a larger group. The talent pool is increased. Records don't last for more than a year or so.
Oh.
Joseph May misses 606.
Is he,
his
right there?
His slipper
toe.
fell off.
Yeah. I think it got stuck under the plate.
Interesting. Hopefully his toes are okay. Not a pleasant feeling having that much weight fall on your toes.
Yeah.
No, I haven't had that much weight fall on my toes, but I have had 374 pounds fall on my toes. You never want that to happen to you.
One of my friends dropped a singular red on his toe and broke it, so 5 of them
All
and
it
a collar.
takes. Clay here, 275.
Clay
Big pull.
would jump into 4th place, up from 5th with this. And as a Louisiana Tech lifter, has helped his team win 1 more point, most likely.
That is a crazy jump, isn't it?
Oh,
Ah,
no
3
lift.
reds there.
I'm not sure for what. Maybe there was some lockout. His shoulders weren't back. Can't really
Correct.
tell from this front angle, but was not up and down. That's a blue. I'm painfully aware of those. I don't know what that was.
It was for his shoulders, actually.
Shoulders were not locked out.
So
Yeah.
his shoulders had to be locked out at the bar.
Chase Cameron with a 5 kg jump, going from 13th to 13th. Doesn't matter. Coming here to PR the total with 662.5 if he hits this in the 600s on deadlift.
Let's see a chase.
Come on, Chase.
Wow.
And I don't want to speak too soon again, but he will finish the day. He does 7 for 9, 662.5. Just a little overextension on the bench press, but a perfect squat and deadlift day. Vincent up next, jumping from 7th to 5th for UTSA, currently
pull.
in 6th place. This is a huge help.
Can he crack the top 5?
I will place my bets on yes, absolutely.
Me as well.
A 7.5 kg jump.
Come
nothing.
on. Big wedge here.
Come on, Vincent.
Oh my goodness.
going.
Can't get his
A little much.
hips through. Looks like the legs locked a little early there, but
2 points left on the table for him. Doesn't matter. He still had a great day. Putting up a 745 kg total and going 8 for 9, just missing on that last deadlift. Would have likely on by himself, went 9 for 9. Seems like he's a very intelligent lifter, but had to do it for the podium.
exactly.
And now
Higher
here's
here.
Micah going
Yeah.
from 2nd to 2nd, just wanting to put up 15 keys to have some fun.
And he is energetic. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's ready for this.
Trembling, quaking, breathing fire. Can he pull this? And
Oh,
oh, wow.
Yeah, clean. Freedom
Oh, yeah.
hold.
He is him.
Yes, sir. Yes, freaking sir.
Very well done. Big 812.5 kilos to secure 2nd place. And to conclude deadlifts on this platform for this session, we have Xavier taking 330, breaking his own record not once, but twice.
No, only once.
Only-
Oh, sorry, twice.
It was
he did
twice.
it on his 2nd and
on
his
his
3rd.
2nd,
My
his
fault.
3rd.
And breaking one of the longer held powerlifting records I'd ever heard of. 2013 is literally, that's old head stuff.
And now, this is the loudest I've heard the crowd in terms
Yeah.
of just sheer noise.
yelling
He's
out.
talking.
It's going
He's
up.
talking.
He
He's
said
talking.
It's going up.
Talking
Don't
that
worry.
talk. Come on.
It's going up.
727 for the 946.5 kg total.
Will he rise to the occasion? This is a big pull
Come on,
on
Xavier.
Xavier.
Up.
Oh my goodness, lock it out.
Yeah,
Tongue out.
baby.
Staring down.
Freedom hold, stare at the crew.
Oh yeah,
That's
we here.
his.
He said
It's
what
his.
next? He said what
what
next?
next? And what a better way to end lifting for this session.
All right, guys,
Great
stick around
work.
for awards on Platform 3. This has been an amazing session. I am Benjamin Quach signing off. I'll see you next session.
I am Mr. UV Paluzzi. You brought Triple D. Signing off. I will see you next session. And we are sad to see our co-commentator.
I had such a great time. I only got to do one session. I
But
do get to, however,
you got
handle
to handle
Grayson
Mr. Grayson
Duggar.
Duggar.
I'm Ethan Stone. I will be active for session 3. Come watch. It's going to be insane. I'm signing off.
All right, we'll see you guys in a bit.
so much for being here. This meet. How about now? All right. This meet is the greatest meet in the world because of all of you. We don't need all the production. Production is lovely and beautiful, but you are what makes this meet so special. So I want to thank you so much for all of the noise makers, the screaming, the signs. This is truly the best meet in the world, and it's because of what's out here. It's also because out of everything in powerlifting, this is the only meet where team success outweighs individual glory. This is about the teams and the team standings. With that said, if you want to follow along and see how your team is holding up this weekend, we do have live scoring. If you go to scoring.usapowerlifting.com, you'll be able to see the full rankings, not just the top 5, but every team and how many points have been scored so far and where you stand going into these final 3 sessions. Scoring.usapowerlifting.com. Last but not least, I hope that when everything and the dust is settled in platform 2, on session 2 tomorrow, that y'all hang around for the award ceremony. But prior to that, we've seen a lot of records broken this week. We've hit a lot of milestones. We keep continuing to make history. Yes, sir. But there is a very special milestone that we need to celebrate tomorrow. And I hope that all of you are able to come. It's going to happen right before awards on after session 2, and we're going to need all of y'all's energy because I think this is all something that relates to all of us, no matter what team we're on. And it's also something that we need your energy and we need your noise to make it special. So thank you so much for staying. Thank you so much for all the support that was given the lifters. Thank you so much to the parents who have raised these wonderful student athletes. Thank you so much.
All right, who's ready for the award? All right, so throughout this session we had 82.5 kilo women, 90 kilo men equipped, 100 kilo men equipped, and 110 kilo men equipped. We're going to start with the 82.5 raw kilo women. In 5th place from the University of Kentucky is Logan Frappoli. There she is, give a round of applause. The Peace Squad in the back.
Thank you.
In 4th place, from Rutgers University in Camden, Chloe Beasley. In 3rd place, the bronze medal from San Diego State University, Caitlin Corcoran. In 2nd place, from Haverford College, Sarah Wilcher. Breaking multiple American records. And in 1st place, the gold medal winner from Virginia Commonwealth University, Isabella Steiner. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your women's raw 82.5 kilo top 5. Give them a big round of applause. In 5th place, from University of Texas in San Antonio, Larry Strickland. In 4th place, from University of Louisiana Lafayette, Joshua Rumsey. In 3rd place, the bronze medal from Louisiana Tech, Drew Griffin. In 2nd place, the silver medal from Midland University, Peyton Mighty. And the gold medal from Texas A&M in Kingsville, Jackson Maymiles. Ladies and gentlemen, your 90-kilo equipped top 5. Give them a big round of applause. All right, all set. All right, I'm going to hand it off to Gino for the next 2. How about a big round of applause for Gino, ladies and gentlemen?
Men's equipped collegiate 100-kilo weight class. In 5th place, hailing from University of Louisiana Lafayette, Chase Pellegrin. In 4th place, Texas, A&M Kingsville, Mitchell Reeves. In 3rd place, Midland University, Giovanni Juarez. Silver medal, University of Texas at Austin, Rowan Galvin. And from Blue Mountain, equipped collegiate 110-kilo weight class. In 5th place, hailing from Louisiana Tech, Clay